Hello, everybody, and welcome into my latest live broadcast. And I should appear on screen. There I am. My name is CareyHolzman, and today it is the 3rd of September, 2023. It's Sunday. Yes, every once in a while I do a broadcast on the weekends, especially when I need to get caught up. And so hopefully, I do believe this will be the last part. I don't want to say hopefully. I've really been enjoying this build, and I've been enjoying your company and your assistance, assisting me in building it. Well, we've been working on this now for 2 previous videos. I don't think there's enough left over to make a 4th, honestly. I'd love to, but yeah, I think just finishing up the water block install, doing our cabling. What else do we have to do? I think that's going to be it. And then it's just a matter of some cable management, and it'll be good to go. If anybody's interested in purchasing the rig, it's about $1,000 what I got into it. That little Star Wars NVMe SSD from Seagate is $230 was the cheapest I could find it. There's $20 sales tax, so $250 just for that Lightsaber glowing SSD. And everything else is about $750 after sales tax. It's a great system. It's beautiful. It's a one-of-a-kind, hand-built by me. If you're interested in it, I can ship this. It should be okay because it's a mini ITX. You'll have to reach out to me privately and talk to me about it in email. See if we can work something out if you're interested. I want to give a shout out and a thank you to some generous folks who have contributed even prior to the show starting. I apologize. We ran a couple minutes, a little bit late start here, but not too bad. Hope I didn't keep you waiting too long. Thank you to Paul O'Brien with a €2 contribution. He says, Daddy's in the house. Ben Laird, joining us from Scotland, contributes £2, says hello all from Scotland. Larry Wood with a $20 super chat, and Planet Cryos with $2 says, hi, CareyHolzman, nice to see ya. Colin Hunt just contributed £5. Colin joining us, I believe, from London, or at least in the UK. So thank you, Colin Hunt. Thank you, Planet Cryos. Thank you, Larry Wood. Thank you, Ben Laird. And thank you, Paul O'Brien. You guys rock. These videos are brought to you mostly by you. It's viewer funded for the most part. However, slight exception today in that for the next 2 months, I'll be promoting $300 data recovery. They've been a great service. Everybody I know that's used them has had nothing but glowing things to say. And I want to remind you that they are the highest rated data recovery company on the planet. They are, as far as I know, the cheapest. I don't even think another data recovery company comes anywhere near their pricing. And if you don't believe me, do all the research yourself. And if you know somebody that's lost data, they've got a hard drive failure, doesn't matter if it's an SSD or a memory card from a camera or a smartphone, potentially, reach out to them. They can give you a range, an estimated range of what it would cost before you send it in. They're very transparent and they're very honest. So read the reviews, call around to other data recovery companies and get pricing, and you'll see what I'm talking about. They're very special. And so my thanks to the folks over at $300 Data Recovery for helping to sponsor today's video and every video I do for the next 60 days. Also, thanks go out to the folks at VIP CDK Deals. They also help sponsor the video, but it's based on you guys purchasing. Lately, I guess the economy is not in a good place because we normally sell a lot of Windows and Office keys, like thousands. And it's been kind of, sales have dipped. So I might need to make another video showcasing, how to download and install Windows 11, how to buy a Windows 10 key to save money and use that on Windows 11. And using my discount code of Carey, getting an additional 30% off of that product key. Office 2016, they also sell, and that's the last version of Office that doesn't require you to have a Microsoft account to activate it. Office 2016, Office 2019, and Office 2021 are offered at VIP CDK Deals. But Office 2019 and 2021 will require you to have a Microsoft account to activate that software. Office 2016, Office 2019, their end of life support is on October, I think it's the 14th, the same day as Windows 10 of 2025. Office 2021 only gets you one more year of before it reaches its end of life. So if you're thinking, you buy the newest version for the longest support. Yeah, and to make it even more enticing, Office 2016 is only like $27. It's the cheapest Office they sell at VIP CDK deals. So if you've been hesitating and thinking about it, this is the time. That way, you've got support all the way up through the end, middle of October of 2025. And then the product, it's not that it'll stop working, it'll just stop getting updates. So, hopefully your antivirus will fill in for any of those things. But just know that when Windows 10 support ends in October 14th, 2025, so does Office 2016 support as well. And Office 2019 as well. Isn't that weird? Office 2016 and Office 2019 both have support ending on the same day. So no benefit, in my opinion, spending more money on Office 2019, requiring a Microsoft account to activate it, and spending more for it, right? So I'm not aware that Office 2019 can do anything that Office 2016 can't, but maybe there's some specialty there. I don't know. Gregory Howard contributes $20. He says, I'm interested in that computer. First dibs. Just email me, Gregory, and we can work out the details, my friend. Wait till you see it when it's done. You're picturing it in your head, right? You're seeing the thumbnail, and wait till you see it in reality, because I can see how this, seeing it in person, I can really picture how it's going to come together here, and I think it's going to be really impressive. I've been so inspired by this, I did some research and architected another mini ITX build using the Thermaltake Tower 100, which is a big mini ITX case, but it'll take a full-size power supply, and I was color coordinating all of the parts. So that'll be a Tower 100 in white. We'll use the same motherboard, processor, RAM, and we'll use the Star Wars Lightsaber SSD. So all that will be the same, but we have to use a different all-in-one liquid cooler. And on these, you don't have to use liquid coolers, especially not with a 13500. The stock fan runs just fine. But it's to give it that look, that zeal, that appeal. So when I'm architecting a system build for a client, you have to understand what the client's going to use the computer for primarily, how many monitors they're going to hook up to it or plan on hooking up to it in the future, if they need it to be portable, if they want it to be a showpiece, or if it's going to be tucked away in a corner somewhere, what their budget is. It's sort of like if you're going to the store to buy some clothes, right? Are you buying clothes to keep you warm in the winter? Is that your primary concern? Or are you buying clothes to wear at the prom? And how much do you have to spend? And which clothes you buy, which clothes are the best? That's ultimately for each individual to decide. That's why us folks here in the PC world, we have the freedom of choice. And too many people are looking for just a blanket answer. What's the best this? What's the best value that? And it's kind of up to you. If you're wanting those answers, like if you don't want to do your own research and buy the parts that are best for your needs and your budget, just go buy an Apple, because Apple takes all that choice away from you. They say you can have A, B, or C, and we're going to take away the effort, the labor involved in you having to make a decision. So, people like that. I don't like it. And I despise it. I'm offended by it because it treats me like I'm an idiot. So Apple computers are really for non-technical people, generally speaking, and technical people who also like control, which most technical people do, love the world of PCs because you can put together millions upon millions of varieties of different builds and combinations of parts at all levels of budget to accommodate anything your imagination can dream up. So, yeah. sat down, working with the camera girl, working out which parts we wanted to use. And once again, the whole thing will probably come out to be about $1,000, just like this. That's using onboard graphics. And once again, it'll be available for sale after I build it. And then I got this new case just arrived today from Amazon that reminds me a lot of the Xenos case. But I'll have more about that to share with members tomorrow during the members only Mondays. Every Monday, I do live video at 1 o'clock p.m. Pacific time, strictly for paying members. There are subscribers, that's free. There are viewers, that's free. And then there are members. So membership is $9.99 a month. And it helps me to, it takes away the burden for me to have to go out and find some corporate sponsor and read what they want me to say. You know, their marketing team writes it. And I don't mind doing that if it's a product I truly use myself and would recommend to my real life clients. That's why I've partnered up with the RoboForm. I've partnered up with the Acronis. But what you don't know is I've tried partnering up with a lot of other companies and they're not interested or they don't want to do anything special for you. The companies not only have to want to partner up with me, but they've got to offer you guys a discount. Otherwise, why should you buy the product at the same price you can get it anywhere else? You know why? There's a if you're wondering why certain companies that I like are not partners in this or sponsors in any way, it's because they won't work with me. Or I won't work with them because they won't offer you any different discount than they give to everybody, you know, all the other content creators. So that's why you don't see any VPN, right? There's no VPN service here because they all play the same game. And I honestly don't recommend VPN to my clients. I don't use a VPN myself. I think it's silly. And it really hinders your bandwidth. At least in my experience, every VPN I've ever used has made a significant impact in my bandwidth. And for what? So in any event, so we got RoboForm VIP CDK deals with our Windows and Office keys that are 100% legal, legit, authentic. We've got $300 data recovery for the next 60 days. And if that goes well, hopefully they'll continue sponsorship with us. We've got, who else? Acronis and Malwarebytes are on a sort of a performance plan. The only time I get paid anything is if you guys buy something from them with the discount they offer you, this audience specifically. So if nobody buys anything from, say, Acronis or Malwarebytes under our agreement right now, I don't make any money. And I'm okay with that. That's fine. But in the meantime, builds like this I have to finance. And of course, taking the time away from my daily routine, my job, my real job, means I still have to have money at the end of the month to pay the bills and to continue to buy more equipment for new content. And so for all of our generous contributors, you have my deepest heartfelt gratitude. Folks like Frankie B. and Peter Lycock, to name but a few of our very generous contributors. And others like Luke Greenia and Alan Lindas and, oh my gosh, there's so many, Kelly Stewart, I can't name you all. But folks who give often, and those smaller amounts that are given often, they add up. It really adds up. You'd be surprised how, you know, 20 bucks from one person here and $5 and $1 and another $10, suddenly you're at 100 bucks. That covers this OLOy RAM, right? That's one component out of 7 that I need to build a computer paid for. And then I'm not dependent upon the corporation approving me. And then the corporation may just send me what they want me to promote, not what I want to promote. I wanted this RAM specifically, but they may not be in a marketing situation for that product. They might be focusing on some other new product, which I may not necessarily need. And then this whole project gets scrapped or set aside to do that project. It's a mess. So because of your generosity and your support, I'm able to do the builds I want to do. And then furthermore, pass the savings on to you guys, give you guys first opportunity to buy the systems at cost, no labor charges. And I'll even pay for the shipping. All you got to do is Just reimburse me for what the parts actually cost me. You're getting a bargain. All the labor's done for free. But after a couple of weeks, if I don't get any bites on a system that I offer here to you guys first, then it'll go to Facebook Marketplace or Craigslist or something. And I suppose if you guys know of a content creator who is struggling, as most of us do, but they've been around, say, at least a year, and it doesn't matter what platform, Twitch or whatever, maybe we could work with them and get a system to them, either give it to them or sell it at a significant discount in exchange for some kind of, I don't know, cross promotion where they would say, you know, hey, the system I'm using is built by CareyHolzman. Check out his YouTube channel. I don't know. What do you think of that idea? Somebody in a different sector, right? Obviously, I wouldn't need to build a computer from somebody doing tech videos, but somebody who's doing lifestyle videos, makeup tutorials, they're gaming on Twitch, things like that. If you know of a content creator up and coming who's been doing it at least a year and you think they might really appreciate what we build here, what we do, well, have them reach out to me, please. Let them know. And we'll follow up with that. Cronus says, we are happy to partner. I will call later today. Oh, great. I look forward to talking to you. I just realized Acronis is in the house. Right on. Always happy to see Acronis joining us in our chat room here. That is Begowden. You guys have met Begowden here on the channel on numerous occasions. Been a while since we've talked. We got some catching up to do. Planet Cryos, $5 says, got to work on my birthday today, but at least you're on. Hey, happy birthday to Planet Cryos. Right on. Another trip around the sun, huh? Nice Lord with a €2 contribution. Thank you. That's very nice. Nice Lord. Rick Lakes with a $5 super chat says hello. Welcome in, our good friend Rick Lakes, another frequent contributor here. Thank you so much for your continued support. Joe City's playing Happy Birthday by Weird Al. How about that song? Les Stevenson said it's 86 degrees Fahrenheit in Toronto, Canada. With humidity in the 90s, this is the start of a major heat wave. Woo! Yeah, it's pretty humid over here in Phoenix. But the weather's been mild the last couple of days, but it's going to be getting hotter throughout the next week. We are not through the heat of the summer. We're still likely going to hit another couple of 115-degree days. I think we're going to have the most 115-degree days and the most days over 100 degrees in a year ever recorded in Phoenix. What are you going to do? Stay inside, keep the air conditioner on. Gordon says, would you ship to the UK? Unfortunately, I cannot ship to the UK. The situation arises where, one, it's prohibitively expensive. I shipped a computer one time to Tasmania in Australia. And that cost $1,400 to ship. And when that computer, a $2,500 computer, arrived, this was one of the new Coca-Cola builds that I did. When it arrived, there was a $433 assessed tariff or import fee on it, which the recipient paid. And that's just to release the package. We don't even know at that point if the package is damaged, has it arrived in one piece? And when it's that far away, what am I going to do to help them? You know, all we can do is insure it. And then if the package arrives damaged, they can go through all the paperwork and all the time investment of filling out the insurance forms. Insurance, they don't want to pay insurance. They find every excuse they can to not pay it. It's a hassle. Now, apart from the whole process taking about 6 months, because I couldn't get a straight answer from anybody how to do this, it did arrive rather quickly. It arrived in like 4 days. I was told it would take 3 weeks, so I don't know what was up with that. And nobody could predict what the cost is going to be. So there's no way for them to collect it ahead of time. So it's extraordinarily risky because it's going, the computer's going a very long distance, and it's going by truck and then onto a ship and likely onto another truck. And there's a lot of pretty significant handling, rough handling that goes on in that kind of shipping. And these are delicate instruments. So it just doesn't make financial sense for anybody to ship, for at least here in the US, to ship outside of the US, even to Canada. It's prohibitively expensive. And those import fees, they're insane because you can't predict what it's going to be. It's decided by the customs of your country when the package arrives. They assess based on value an import fee and hold the package hostage, typically for up to 30 days, that you have to pay the ransom or the package is returned to me. So very impractical. The countries do this because they don't want you spending your money over at another country. They want you buying locally, supporting your community, and being patriotic to your country, not taking your business outside of the country. So it's a form of discouragement to skirt around getting products or services from another country. You will end up paying more for it in most cases and get zero support. And I don't want somebody to be all pissed off at me because they spent all this money for a computer, they spent all the money for the shipping, they paid the ransom, and then they get it and the thing's broken. What am I supposed to do? You know? So why even entertain that? Just to have somebody pissed off at me? So they can be pissed off at me if I send it, or they can be pissed off at me if I say I won't do it. And given the damages, there is no damage if I don't send it. There's no harm to the person. But there is potential financial harm if I allow them to convince me I should do it for them. The person in Tasmania convinced me and said, hey, look, I understand all of that. I absorb all of the risk. I'll sign whatever you want me to sign. I'm willing to take the risk and I accept however it arrives. But even with that condition, and it arrived perfectly, by the way, no problems. It was very stressful. I had a lot of paperwork to fill out, customs paperwork. I had multiple phone calls that had to be dealt with. It is very unpleasant. So for that reason, just within the USA. And I hope you understand. Shamim says, does anybody know why I still have the number 2 patch? I'm supposed to have number 3 by now. So Shamim, the patches don't change every month. Initially, when you sign up for membership, you get a badge. And then that badge becomes a 1. Then the badge becomes a 2. And that badge won't change again until you reach month 6. You'll notice nobody's got a number 3 badge. No such thing exists, nor does 4 or 5 exist. Once you get a number 6 badge, you will maintain that until you reach month 12. So nobody's got a 7, 8, 9, 10, or 11. Once you get 12, you won't see that change again until you hit 24. And once you hit 24, you won't see that change again until you hit 36. And beyond that, YouTube doesn't offer anything. One would assume that if YouTube maintains offering these memberships, that in whatever 36 months from YouTube's, an offering of the memberships to content creators is nearing, they will likely offer a 48 or a 60 or, something like that. Yeah, I really wish that we could identify exactly the number of months each member is, because it's no big deal to create the badges. YouTube simply doesn't allow us to do it. So hope that clears up any questions about that. Corona says, hopefully no more winter clothing for me with relocation to Tampa. Oh no, he's going to Florida. Whoa. Well, actually, I think it would be very good for my career if I were to move to Florida, because most people who order computers from me and most other content creators in this genre are primarily in Florida. and at the very least on the East Coast. Very few computers that I sell go to the West Coast or even go west of the Mississippi. 80% or more go east of the Mississippi River. So I am sure I could sell a lot more, and it would be very, very good for my business for me to move to Florida. But there's only so much sacrifice I'm willing to make for my business. And no, thank you. No Florida for me. Thank you. If I'm not there, start without me. Jason H88 said he's been using Acronis for many, many years. It's definitely one of his favorite programs, and it just worked. Yeah, well, that's why I endorse it here. Joe said he was surprised Acronis version 2018 works on Windows 11 flawlessly. Saved my tail many times. Nice. Luke Greeny said, Carey introduced me to Acronis and RoboForm. I love both programs. I use them myself. How bad can they be? I'm a pretty hard to impress guy. If you haven't figured that out by now. Bill Wickens says, hello, fellow Michigander, and Maralina. So Mara's camera girl's not here today, but hopefully she'll be joining us next week. Edward said he's never heard of Acronis. I guess it's software. I'm wondering what it does. There's a number of videos we have here on the channel explaining what it is and how to use it. Andy wants to know if he puts a GPU in here with a glass steam up. Well, maybe if your liquid cooler has a leak, but there shouldn't be any humidity. I wonder if it would in Florida, you know, where when you get super high humidity days, if you might get some condensation. I don't think so, but it's possible, I suppose, that you might want to put some Rain-X on it to prevent it from fogging up if you're in a super humid place. I don't think so, though. There's no liquid, so it just would be what's ever in the air. Mark Gossman said, can you tell us how you like this affordable cooler? It's looking good. It's looking for a good price cooler. Looking for a good price cooler for future builds. Well, we'll test it out. I have no idea. I don't think I've used one of these before, or if I have, I don't remember. And it might have changed the design since then. So we'll definitely check it out. Now, this CPU does not require this cooler. So whatever this cooler does for this build is going to be fine. It's put in for looks. So I'm sure it's going to pass my muster without any problem. How it would work on a CPU that really needs this kind of a cooler, like a 13900K or even a 13600K, might be an interesting test for the future. But I'm very certain, unless the cooler's broken, it's overkill for this CPU, because it's only a 65-watt CPU. But that's not going to stop it from being extraordinarily high performance. And again, purchased primarily for the aesthetic. Once you select a 240 millimeter cooler and you want it in white, your choices are limited. You might get maybe a dozen to choose from, and varying in price from $65 from something cheap like Intermax to something over $200 like the NZXT Kraken. So they range the gamut very much at that point. Once you've limited all your coolers down to 240s, and then you limit those 240s down to just white, and then you limit those down to white that have RGB, should be a pretty easy decision to make at that point, because you don't have much to choose from. And then it's going to be budget based, or if budget's not the concern, which one's going to look the best. Planet Cryos with a $10 super chat says, the 13900 KS went down to $730. Still too high for me. Love the content. Carey, I always do. You always keep it real for, well, thank you, Planet Cryos. I don't understand what's going on with the pricing on the 1300 KS. It's bizarre. And given a choice, now that I know what I know, the 13500 for me is the better deal. $247, and it comes with a heatsink, and that heatsink is whisper quiet, and it keeps the CPU cool even under the heaviest Prime 95 burn-in. So why would I want to spend $500 more for a CPU that's only slightly faster and has a few more cores and runs at 125 watts instead of 65 and requires more expensive, more aggressive cooling, which is typically also louder? If it's required, it's required, but I'll stick with the 13500 all day. Me personally, especially if you can catch it on sale for like under $210. Holy cow. Wish I could have bought more of them at that price. This one, I paid $247 plus sales tax, so that's another $20. So what is that? $270. But still, with the included heatsink and the performance and the low power consumption, I think that's the chip to beat on value. I don't even think AMD's got anything that will touch it. That's my opinion. Charles Griffin said, all things being equal, I would think an all-in-one cooler will eventually cause issues that a fan-style cooler could never have. This is absolutely true. That's right. But a fan-style cooler doesn't look as cool. So in some cases, a fan-style cooler, if you're like on a 13900 KS, you'd need that big Noctua DH15. That's going to cover any RGB you've got. And if you've got a glass panel, all you're going to be looking at is your CPU cooler. It's ugly. It's unsightly. It's not attractive. It's expensive. It costs as much, maybe even more than a liquid cooler. These liquid coolers generally have an average lifespan of about 5 years. I've seen liquid coolers die after a year. We had one from Silverstone that only lasted a year. When I did the big Cosmos 2, we put a liquid cooler, or Corsair, I think, liquid cooler in that, like an H100 or something. That cooler died about 4 years later, and we replaced it. So yes, when you put on an air cooler, the worst that can happen is you have to replace the fan. And I can't tell you the last time I needed to replace a fan on an air cooler. It's pretty rare they ever go out. But they don't look as good. And it depends, again, on what it is you're looking to build and the reason why you're building it and the budget. We're going for a specific look here. We're not going for the best value overall. We're not looking for the best performing cooler at any price. We're looking for the best looking cooler in this build because of its unique design. It's going to be up front and center of the view. Not that a fan, like the fan that this Intel CPU comes with, it's not unsightly, not like those big ugly Noctuas. But it's definitely nothing special. And we wanted this to be special. So, you know, it's a shame to have this a room here to use the cooler and then not use an all-in-one cooler when you've got that space dedicated for it. Most people don't keep computers for 15 years. So you would likely upgrade this anyway before the cooler would die, or you might have to replace the cooler once, maybe. They keep making coolers better. The pumps are getting better. There's still some pretty crappy ones out there, but we stick with the name brands. And again, you can sometimes get a bad one. That happens too. But definitely an air cooler is better in some cases and worse in others. An air cooler cannot cool as good as an all-in-one cooler without having an unsightly huge radiator on it, big heat sink on it. And they can get loud. Although liquid coolers can get loud, but liquid coolers can also cool really hot chips generally more quietly and also leave you a much better aesthetic. You know, which way's right and which way's wrong is for each individual to decide for themselves. I'm trying to strike a balance. I'm trying to find the best value for the best working and best looking cooler that fits within the budget and also fits within the look of the machine. So there are compromises. You can't get the best of everything and get it at the, you know, some rock bottom price. You will make sacrifices through your wallet or through the capabilities or through performance, and hopefully not through reliability. And those are all your choices as a PC builder to prioritize for your individual preferences or requirements or budgets unique to you what your preferences are. It's like suggesting a certain kind of food is healthier than another kind of food. And so therefore that's all you should eat. And I would argue that's all you should eat. Don't tell me what to eat. Some of us eat to live and some of us live to eat. I live to eat. I don't eat for my health. I eat because the things I eat bring me joy. They make me happy. So I eat terrible things. I wonder, you know, hey, is that gonna make you have a shorter life? I wonder if eating things I don't like because it's good for me will just make me feel like I'm living longer. But, you know, this is something for each individual to decide. That's the beauty of this, of the PC, the whole PC, you know, building process is for you to express yourself. And if you don't want to express yourself, you go buy a pre-built or you go buy an Apple if you want to express yourself that way too. So there's no right answer here. There's only the right answer for you. It doesn't apply to anybody else. Jay Powers with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Jay. Michael Dane, there he is. He says part 3 of the coffee maker build. Yeah. Ron Toomey wants to know, would you have to be concerned about installing a fast NVMe drive on the back of the motherboard, assuming that it couldn't be installed without a heatsink? It's a fair question. I think you could install it. So on the back of this motherboard, there's an M.2 slot. Now, me personally, I'd put a Gen 3 drive in there so I wouldn't have to worry about the heat. If you are going to put a Gen 4 drive in it, they do sell Gen 4 drives that have paper-thin heat sinks. That may be all you need. And depending on, you know, just because it's plugged in doesn't mean it's going to run hot. It depends on how you use it. So if it's a heavy use all the time, yeah, you may not want to do that. But if it's normal usage where maybe on occasion you're copying a bunch of files and yes, it might get hot and start to throttle and slow down, but it'll still finish the copy. It's not going to crash or anything. It'll just slow down. And then when that I/O is done, then the drive will cool back down and it'll run fast again. So this all happens in minutes. It might run hot for a couple minutes. It's possible, but then it'll cool down 2 more minutes. And you're right back to where you were. They will heat up very quickly and they will cool down very quickly. The important thing is that they're not crashing or causing damage, and they will throttle. Does that defeat the point of putting a Gen 4 drive in there if it's going to overheat? It depends how often you're using it. So if it's going to be heavy I/O, I probably wouldn't. But if it's just copying files throughout the day, once in a while, doesn't matter, big files, small files, but then you copy them, you know, how often are you moving data? What the heck are you doing with your computer that you would have to constantly be moving large files so frequently as to cause the drive to overheat? That would be what I'd want to know. But under normal use, no, it wouldn't overheat. Like I said, they have really low profile heat sinks and even these paper thin heat sinks. And there's a little bit of room there behind the motherboard tray, or behind the motherboard to the tray. There's a gap there. So you could go a little bit thicker. You might be able to go with like a Western Digital Black, where they've got the built-in heatsink on the SN850X. It's a fast Gen 4 drive. Samsung's 990 with a heatsink might be a little bit of a tight fit, not sure. But AData and other companies like Feijing that offer those really thin sheet, it's like aluminum, real thin metal. Yeah, that's no problem at all. And I would definitely put one on there for sure. I didn't put this one back there because it's got a lightsaber on it. And it's all about the visual. I want it front and center where everybody can see it. And we can change the lightsaber out. We can change to Darth Vader's lightsaber, which is what we have in there now. Luke Skywalker's lightsaber, or Obi-Wan Kenobi's lightsaber. And you just slide the top off and go back to part 1 and you can see all the details on how that works. That drive all by itself is $250 for a 2 terabyte Gen 4 Seagate FireCuda, but the Seagate FireCuda drives have twice the TBW lifespan of anybody else. So, I mean, not that I've ever had a drive fail or become read-only because of it's reached its TBW limit. It's the amount of times you can write to it limit. But telling me I can write twice as much to this one certainly doesn't hurt. I don't mind. And that's how they justify charging more for it. Plus, they have to pay the license to Lucasfilm for the lightsabers and association movies. I'm noticing I have a little piece of plastic here on the power supply. And it's bugging my OCD, so I'm going to peel that off. Doesn't hurt to keep it on there. It's just to protect the logo when shipping. It will start to bubble up in yellow over time. And again, nobody's really going to see that side of the case anyway. But it's just the way I am, man. I just like to do things the right way. John Paul Bacon said the second M.2 slot may not be an NVMe slot. It could be a SATA slot. Usually you'll see that on the mini PCs, but not on the more expensive systems. Like this is a 760 chipset. And if we look at, let's see, we'll go over to MSI and we'll pull up the web page here. So for this specific motherboard, this is an MSI B760i Edge Wi-Fi. And we'll go to MicroStar International's website. And we'll go to Manuals and Documents. And I'm going to pull up just as one document. Got a multi-language PDF file. That PDF file should tell us specifications of the onboard storage. So if we look at, let's go to my window capture here on OBS. Let's take a look at it together. Okay. English, please. Somewhere in here is going to be some specifications. Looking for the M.2 slots. There we go. Specifications. M.2. There are two M.2 slots. Slot 1 near the CPU supports Gen 4. Slot 2, that's from behind, also supports Gen 4x4. It will also support SATA. It can do either one. The SATA B, a B or a 6. The SATA 8 is will be unavailable when you install an M2 SATA into the M.2 slot behind on the back of the motherboard. That means that the SATA ports will all work if you're plugging in SATA drives, except for SATA port number 8. You can have one or the other. You cannot have them both at the same time in use. So yeah, like I said, when you get into this price range, you're generally going to have NVMe on all the M.2s. Earlier, back when we were doing like 9th gen Intel chips, Gen 3 NVMe, the cheaper boards would have one like by 4 slot, not Gen 4, but by 4. And then the secondary one would be like by 2. It would run at half speed. But that was when the technology was still new, and that was still even on the cheaper boards. The more expensive boards would give you a full speed, multiple full speed M.2 slots. And that's assuming you had a CPU that was capable. Some CPUs wouldn't be capable. So there were like 11th gen, 10th gen motherboards where one M.2 slot would only work if you used a Gen 11. So if you tried to use it either NVMe or SATA with a Gen 10 CPU, 10th gen CPU, it just didn't work. It was deactivated because that CPU didn't have the internal requirements to utilize that M.2 slot. So it's not always a limitation of the motherboard. It could be a limitation of the CPU. But as you buy more modern hardware, that becomes less of an issue. And as you also buy more expensive hardware. But what was expensive a few years ago kind of trickles down. It gets cheaper for everybody else. It's the same with cars. You know, only expensive cars had airbags and anti-lock brakes at first. Now it's standard. So let me go back to camera 1. So hopefully we've addressed that concern. Luke Greenia said the Enermax ETS F40 ARGB CPU air cooler that's on the Musatex hot dog build he's got has been cooling great and the system stays on 24 hours. But of course, we're talking about an i5 CPU. Yeah, i5s traditionally aren't difficult to cool. And you've got an air cooler, and those are pretty much maintenance free for the life of the PC with few exceptions. Catching up with the chat room here. Gary is really a PC hardware enthusiast who likes to build computers. I guess. I mean, I've only been doing this professionally since 1991 as a career. Most hobbyists and enthusiasts are called hobbyists or enthusiasts because they don't do it for a living, they do it for fun. So I kind of consider myself a true enthusiast because I enjoy doing it so much, I decided to make a career out of it. But I have accountability and I have to, you know, support and be held liable, legally liable, financially liable to the systems I build for people that hobbyists, enthusiasts only answer to themselves. So yeah, I think it's fair to say I'm the real true enthusiast in that I'm so passionate about it that I've made it my career. It's not that I have a different career and I do this for fun on the side. Mark Gossman wants to know the difference between a cheaper cooler and an expensive cooler. Sometimes it's the name brand. You might pay more for the name. It's like you look at a Sony TV, they generally are expensive. May not be a better TV. It may be equal to, in many ways, Samsung and LG. Sony name carries with it a higher price tag, as does a Rolex watch or a luxury automobile. So there is some of that. But then there's also cooling capability and size. Some people might have restrictive cases where they need a specialty cooler that's low profile, or they might have a really hot processor and they need a very aggressive cooler that's also quiet. So you could pay more for that. You could buy a cheaper cooler, which may be made of cheaper materials without as good a build quality and not as effective in cooling and not as quiet and not as easy to install. It runs the gamut of, like anything else. When you go into a jewelry store and you see a diamond ring priced at one price, and you see another diamond ring priced at another price, what differentiates the value there? It's not always just the carat weight of the diamonds. It could be the unique design makes it more desirable as supply and demand. And because demand is higher for the lower carat weight but more desirable ring, that ring may be more money. And then you could go across the street to another jeweler and find a comparable ring for significantly less, but they may not offer good customer service. It may not have the same attention to detail. It may not be graded accurately, maybe. Or maybe the other company's just charging a higher premium because they're a bigger company that's more well known in the industry and they stand behind their products. And say, for example, you buy a ring or a piece of jewelry from Tiffany. There's nothing inexpensive in a Tiffany jewelry store. And if you ask me, what's the difference between a ring from Tiffany and a ring from the jewelry store at the mall? Provenance? History? I guess that's the same thing. Resale value? And whether or not you care if you think their designs are superior and what people think when they see that ring on your finger or that necklace or those earrings. They're going to say, oh, that's Tiffany, or that Rolex watch. Why do people buy those? Can a Timex watch tell the same amount, be just as accurate for 1%, less than 1% of the price of a Rolex? Or an Omega? Or a Breitling? So at some point you realize there's lifestyle choice, there's budget, there's practicality, there's aesthetic, there's resale value, there's the name behind the company, there's support. Something diamond falls out of your ring, the cheaper ring might say, well, you got to buy another diamond. The bigger company will say, we guarantee the diamond, if it falls out, we replace it for free. Same with cars, it's the same with clothes, it's the same pretty much across the board. Computers are no different. Bill Hoffman says hello. Essential Working Too Hard says hello. I will ask my moderators not to time people out in the chat room unless they're being vulgar. If you continue, if I see my moderators, who I trust, removing messages that are not vulgar, and so far everyone I've seen that's been removed here is not a vulgar message, you are going to have your moderator status removed. I will never remove your moderator status because you did nothing. But I will remove it if you're trigger happy and you're timing people out. All right? If it's not vulgar, you leave it. If you do it, see 2 people in the chat room, little trigger happy today, and you guys are this close to me removing your moderator status. You're abusing the blue privilege I've given you and I've trusted in you. Please do not disappoint me. You were always better off doing nothing than making a judgment that you think is okay with me. That's not how it works. Vulgar is vulgar, and you will know it when you see it. That is the only reason I want anybody being timed out. And if you don't heed my warning, then for the safety of everybody else in the channel, I will remove your moderator status if you're abusing it, and that is abuse. Jim said his NAS video was blowing up his channel. Well, right on. Be sure and check out Jim KJ3N's YouTube channel. He's a member of our community here and also makes his own videos as well. So show him some love and give him a subscription and check out his content. Selden Ball wants to know, when you're doing backups, would a Gen 4 or Gen 5 NVMe tend to overheat once it's got a lot of files to be backed up? Well, any Gen 5 is going to have a massive heat sink, first of all. You definitely would not run a Gen 5 NVMe without a heatsink. Most motherboards that will accept a Gen 5 have a massive heatsink specifically for the Gen 5 slot. And it's what's designed for. And that motherboard heatsink almost universally is far superior to anything the NVMe drive manufacturer might offer. And it's going to match the aesthetic of the motherboard as well. So best to use the one that comes with the motherboard manufacturer. And it shouldn't overheat. If you don't use the heatsink, it's going to overheat rather quickly. And with regards to Gen 4, it depends on the specific manufacturer and model of drive. And if you have a heatsink on it, the size of the heatsink, if it overheats, who cares? Again, it just slows it down. It'll still accomplish the job without crashing. And I can't imagine, aside from your first backup taking the longest, any following backups should just be incrementals. So that should be nothing. You just got to get past that first one. So yeah, I mean, if it overheats, it suggests to me your heatsink's too small. But if you don't want to put a heatsink on it because you're not doing it that often, it just means your backup's going to take a little longer. So what? Instead of 20 minutes, it'll take 40. I mean, who cares? When your backup's done and the drive cools down, it goes back to running fast again. Or just put a better heatsink on. Edward wants to know if the Lightsaber makes the drive run faster. Sure, why not? Let's see what else we're missing. What's the best cheap water cooler? There's no such thing as best. So, Mark, I don't know. This is Mark Gossman who's asking this question. I've already said it 3 times in this video and probably 1,000 times. Well, maybe not 1,000, but many, many times in videos over and over and over and over and over again. And here we go again. There's only what's best to you. What's the best haircut? What's the best tattoo? What's the best candy bar? Everybody you ask will have a different answer. Nobody's wrong. What's best for you is depending on how you value, what your values are, and how you prioritize and define what's important features. That's unique to you. There's no such thing as, there's not one product that's superior to all other products that's also the cheapest one. That doesn't exist. You get what you pay for, and you have to decide what your priorities are and what their value is to you so that you can come up with what's best, just like you do when you decide what's the food you want to order on a menu. You decide what's best for you. And if it has to do with price, or it has to do with ingredients, or it has to do with how it's cooked, none of that's wrong. But it's unique to you. I could care less what you think is the best. And you should care less what I think is the best. Because quite frankly, unless we're on the same page in how we define value and how we prioritize what's important, which we are likely not, then the only way I can tell you or recommend to you what's best as defined by you and only you would be for us to engage in a consultation. And those consultations take between 60 and 90 minutes. That's how long it takes me to really understand what somebody's values are, what their budget is, and what their needs are, and how I can extract from them what compromises they're willing to make, or how much money they're willing to spend if they don't want to compromise. So it's an impossible question to answer any more than asking me how long you're going to live. Nobody can answer that question. It is different for each of us uniquely. Robert Halter joins us. Welcome in, Robert. Randy Robluski says he's got to go. Hey, thanks for stopping in, Randy. Good to see you, my friend. Remember, Acronis is blue in the chat room. If Acronis finds something offensive to them, don't you think they would have timed it out? You don't have to do this for them. They have the same power you do. And they're big boys. Big boys and girls at Acronis. They don't need you to defend them. It's all good. Jim KJ3N says Gen 5 NVMe is a solution looking for a problem. I'm running a couple of Gen 5 NVMe's. They don't run any differently than, as far as reliability, than Gen 4 or Gen 3. But they sure as heck are a lot faster. The one that we did does 10,000 megabytes per second. The second one we did does 12,400 megabytes per second. I can only get those numbers on a RAID 0 array of other NVMe drives. So I disagree. When it's installed and used properly, it does not overheat ever. And it's no different than a Gen 4 or Gen 3. But if you don't install it according to the specifications, then I agree, you're going to have problems. If you don't think rules apply to you, well, you know what I mean? Like, if you want it to work the way it's intended to work, you need to install it the way they tell you to install it. If you follow that, then you should expect nothing any different from one generation to the next other than a performance increase. I've not had any overheating problems with any of the Gen 5 drives, and I slam on them in video rendering. And like, if I take today's video, it'll be 60 gigs by the time we're done. And if I take yesterday's video and part 1 video, Friday's video, and combine those, that's going to be close to 200 gigs of master files. That all gets copied over onto the Gen 5 drive using an ultra-fast SanDisk Extreme Pro SSD external drive, not the flash drive. The external drive is much faster. And even that may take 15 minutes to copy off 200 gigs. That'll go into Cyberlink Power Director, get stitched together and edited, and then rendered out, upscaled to 4K. And that'll probably take, depending on the length of the video, a couple of hours. And at no point will my CPU overheat running a 13500. At no point will my Gen 5 drive overheat ever throughout the entire process. So it's rock solid. and it'll remain so as long as I don't try and do something stupid like overclock it. Yeah, you can overclock SSDs. It's doable. I don't know why you'd want to, but if you want to, you certainly could do that. Adam Lewis says you should replace your Gatorade with water. It's much healthier. Yeah, we just got done talking about that. I don't ingest food for health. I do it for the enjoyment. So I also drink water, but I also like to enjoy life. So if you want to restrict your life, the quality therein, by eating things that don't bring you joy, that's your choice and how you choose to. But please don't tell me. I'm a big boy and I can make my own decisions, and I prefer happiness. Romic wants to know if I'm doing 4K videos that I have to render and transfer. The 60 gig files are 1080. So when I'm doing these videos here, they're recording onto the streamer while we're live streaming, just in case the internet goes down or there's problems. And then that 1080, it's a very large, high quality 1080 file, gets outputted and upscaled to 4K. So if you look on the non-live section of my channel, the video section, almost all of that content is 4K. So it's upscaled. Now the cameras are 4K, and they are, the cameras themselves are in 4K resolution, but they're being down converted because the capture card is a 1080 capture card. So the capture card, if I were recording, let me put it this way, the output of the camera is at 1080, but the recording on the camera is at 4K if I wanted to record to the camera's internal memory cards, which I used to do. Most content creators do it that way. But I like to think I've leveled up now, and I don't have to use the media on the camera. I can use the media on the PC, which is far larger and far more reliable. I'm not going to miss any frames or anything. And then that gets upscaled, re-rendered, and uploaded to YouTube. Because some people don't know to click on that live tab. They never see the live videos unless I repost them. So that's why you'll often see reruns. And if I'm going to rerun it, I'll go ahead and upscale it to 4K. Doesn't hurt anything. When I do render the 4K video files, they're frequently, the uploads range from 25 gigs to 80 gigs. They take a couple hours to upload, and then YouTube takes a few hours to process them, and then they become made available to the public to view. It's a very time-consuming process. And so any processor or equipment that can get me to my rendering completion faster, my upload speed isn't going to go any faster, and YouTube's processing speed I have no control over. So, you know, once I've uploaded it or once I set it to upload, I walk away, go do something else. So, you know, in the upload, it wouldn't matter if I was using one of those little HP giveaway computers. It's going to upload the same speed. It's the rendering. That's the thing. That's the resource consumer. Romex says, so technically you record 4K? No, I don't record 4K. The camera's in 4K mode, but I'm not recording it in 4K. It's recording in 1080. Then it gets upscaled back to 4K if it's something I'm going to render and repost. Speaking of my Gatorade, this one's getting a little warm. Let me grab a cold one. And also, I need to step out for just a second. Hang in there with me. Any of you working on any projects this weekend or upcoming? Any PC upgrades, builds, or repairs you're working on you want to tell us about? Steve wants to know, when am I going to do a new mini PC review? I don't have anything scheduled. I've got a Carrie needed a bathroom break? No, I needed to grab an aspirin. My head's starting to hurt. I don't normally get headaches, but lately I've been getting them a lot. Kind of kicking myself for not doing that before the show, just as a preventive measure, but I don't like to take any medication unless I have to. And it's really starting to hurt. So that'll go away here soon. That's why I haven't started working yet. John English said he's got a concert shoot next week, heavy editing on his new PC, which does it with ease. That's kind of cool. You get that kind of work. Nice. Romick wants to know if it's okay to get a massive M.2 SSD for games. Why not? Why wouldn't it be? Most people won't do that because the games are so big and SSD capacities are so limited compared to hard drives, and SSDs cost a lot more. But if you can afford it, certainly be preferred, wouldn't it? Most games, or most gamers, they'll generally get like a big 12 terabyte or larger mechanical drive, and they'll put their games on that. Because in general, if you're a gamer and you've got a lot of games, it's just too cost prohibitive to try and use SSDs. And the loading times for most games aren't going to be that discernible. On some games, it could be markedly discernible. I'd be kind of curious, maybe trying out Starfield, for example, something the latest and greatest AAA title, and seeing what the load times are on an SSD versus a mechanical drive. Like I say, with some games, it's negligible, and with other games, it's a world of difference. Most gamers are financially limited in that sense because they're spending all the money on the games. It's sort of like wanting to buy a really nice, expensive name brand Louis Vuitton wallet or something. And then once you pay for it, you have no money left to put anything in the wallet. So you could buy this really nice, big, fast SSD and then have no money left to pay for the games. So it's for each of us to decide, but obviously solid state drives are far faster. It's partially why they cost more. John Williams said he started rebuilding the deck on the back of his house, but it's too hot in Madison, Wisconsin today to do anything. So I like watching you when I stay inside. Well, right on. Hopefully I'll keep you distracted for a couple hours today. Patrick Rizzo said he's going to be doing Windows updates on his RGB gaming computers he has for sale on Facebook Marketplace. Right on. Stanza the Mage says most games aren't even taking advantage of the PCIe x 4. Ratchet and Clank is an example of that. I've never even heard of that game. Matthew Burden said, Carey, as you speak, I'm working on a Dell Precision workstation, installing Windows 11, and then deciding what I want to do with it. Keep it or sell it. Joe says, I'm going to eke out as much as I can. Less is more, considering the inflated prices on upgrade parts. I don't know. I've never seen solid state drive prices cheaper than they are now, and I've never seen RAM prices cheaper than they are now. On the other hand, there used to be cheap power supplies, and I don't see cheap power supplies anymore. Cases have remained more or less the same. Video cards have gotten expensive. Jim KJ3N said it's 90 degrees Fahrenheit here in Delaware. Romick wants to know, what about having a SATA SSD? I think the best way you're going to find an answer to your question, Romek, is to try it yourself and let us know what you think, whether or not you would recommend it for others or not. Again, the games you play, how many games you play, how big your library is, in other words, what you're comparing it to, you know, what you're doing now and how it's performing now, we don't have any clue. So something like that, you would probably have to just experience it. And regardless of your experience, it doesn't necessarily mean that your experience would necessarily be helpful to anybody else, unless they were in a similar situation with the kind of hardware you're using and the games that you're playing. Sort of whittles down the number of people that would relate to. So at the end of the day, it's really for you to decide, and the only way you're going to know is to have the experience. I can't give you the experience virtually. It's just not possible. So some questions like, how does that taste? You have to taste it. There's really there's no better explanation than experience, or no better understanding than actually having the experience. Rick Lake said it's 100 degrees in Minnesota. Holy moly. How hot is it today here in Phoenix so far? It's only 20 after 2 in the afternoon here in Phoenix. And according to my phone, it's 96 degrees Fahrenheit and rising. Frankie B with a $50 Zelle contribution. Right on. Well, thank you, Frankie. How cool is that? Got Border Collie said it's finally cooler here in Georgia, only 83 degrees Fahrenheit today. Patrick Manny said it's 88 degrees in southwestern Ohio. And Steve Chappelle says 80 degrees here in North Carolina. Chris's Retro Tech channel said it closing in at 100 degrees Fahrenheit here in Minnesota. Yeah, well, that's what Rick Lakes just said. He's upgrading some HP computers to solid state drives. Gus says it's 90 in west central Illinois. Mark Leibowitz says 92 Fahrenheit in Chicago. Les Stevenson is having his arthritis act up, and he's getting a headache, and guess it happens when the weather's being the way it is for him. So he's going to check out for now, but thanks for joining us today, Les. We'll look forward to seeing you again next time. Ben Laird says, for a new build, why would you use an M2 SATA when you could use NVMe? Well, I agree. In many cases, the NVMe drives are cheaper than an M2 SATA. But you might have a PC that has an M.2 slot that's SATA only, so you might not have a choice. But yes, in many cases, the NVMe faster drive of the same capacity of M.2 is cheaper, or at the very least, the exact same price as the much slower SATA SSD. But that SATA SSD is still going to be 2.5 times faster than a mechanical drive, so it's nothing to turn your nose up at. Matthew Burden also joins us. Oh, no, he's not in He's not in Minnesota. He's in Massachusetts. 82 degrees and sunny here in Taunton, Massachusetts. Jeff H says 73 degrees and cloudy in Oregon. Steve Chappelle says, Carey, what do you think about Chrome OS Flex? Well, I don't have any use for it. I don't support it, and customers don't call me with questions for it. So it's not a sustainable offering on my business. Because I run a business and I'm not a hobbyist. If it's not something that generates business, then I'm not going to waste my time with it. It certainly has its appeal for certain use case scenarios. It may be used a lot in like education or in remote type situations where you're doing everything mostly online. But as far as any experience with it, my experience with Chrome OS, and I don't know about the difference in Flex, but it is extremely limited because none of my customers have it, not a one. And the people I know that have it are very technical people. At least anybody that I've talked to that uses it on a regular basis, or it's kids. So yeah, not really the best person to talk to about that. Now, if there was a business model there that I could invest in the hardware and the education and learning it, I would certainly make that investment if it had a reasonable return. But that and Linux, you know, there's the work is piecemeal work. So it's just not enough. I got to go as a business, I got to go with where the business is, right? Windows is the most popular operating system platform on the planet. So it's easy to find work. If you want to specialize in something, it's harder to find the work, but you can often get paid more for that work, except when it's something really budget. Like people will often look at the Chrome OS because of price, or Linux because of price. And these people are not necessarily the same people that are going to ask for help or pay a lot for it to begin with, because they bought something very inexpensive. On the other hand, some places might need it for business. And of course, businesses you can make a lot of money from when it comes to IT, labor, support. Mark Leibowitz says he's converted some old laptops to Chromebooks using Chrome OS Flex. He says, I guess it really just depends on what you want to do with it. Agreed. Ben Laird in Scotland said this local news said they're getting a heat wave this week, 30 degrees Celsius. That sounds hot. Acronis says it's 91 degrees Fahrenheit in Tampa. That seems about normal for this time of year for Florida. Mark Leibowitz says Chrome OS Flex exists to convert a conventional PC, desktop, or laptop into a Chromebook. Effectively, you're extending the life of aging hardware by turning it into an internet terminal. I guess that would make sense if you've got machines that are not Windows 11 compatible, and Windows 10 support ends on October 14th of 2025, but the computer still runs good and you don't want to replace it. You could presumably get Chrome OS Flex for free and put Chrome OS Flex on the older hardware. It's sort of like people scraping the bottom of the barrel. And again, I can't make a living scraping the bottom of the barrel. That's just working harder and not working smarter. But for hobbyists and enthusiasts and home users, you know, they're free to do impractical things that I would never endorse or recommend. And Mark Leibowitz continues that there's a school that he works with that likes it because it's all they need for a lot of their classes. Well, that makes sense. And that probably, working for the school, probably pays well. And I'm sure support costs on those are much cheaper. And he says they're able to manage them tightly with their Google Workspace. Makes perfect sense. My general feeling is life's too short for old hardware. If you're if you've got a machine that's so old that a supported Windows operating system won't install on it, you are long overdue for a replacement. If a computer to you is a novelty, if it's a toy, you don't care if you got one or you don't, then that's one thing. But if you're relying on that for your communication, if you're relying on that for your quality of life, to communicate with others, to stay in touch with email, if it becomes a critical tool of your everyday living, I wouldn't buy the cheapest thing, and I wouldn't keep something that's old and obsolete, that's in a mission critical position. We certainly wouldn't do it in business. I can tell you that right out of the gate. Never would we do that in business. It would never get that old to begin with. We would always replace it before support ends. And we would never, ever extend old hardware onto some free OS in a business. Never, ever. And if that's what a business does, that would be ideal for a consumer. And I've heard consumers say they can't afford a new computer, but they're cheaper than ever. You can buy a brand new Windows 11 mini PC for $150 with a 30-day money-back guarantee from Amazon all day long. It'll run circles around your old rig and be new, modern, supported with the latest operating system. And most people can come up with $150. They're probably paying more than that for their cell phone and internet bill or their television package. They just won't justify it. They might spend that on a month's worth of alcohol or cigarettes. They always find the money for the alcohol and cigarettes. Always find the money for that. So I have very little sympathy for people who say they can't come up with $150 and that's why they have to use their old hardware. That might be true for fraction of the people who say it may be actually true, but most of the time, in my experience, they're just not willing to make the sacrifice of, saving up $10 a month for 15 months so they can afford the machine. If you want something desperately enough, you'll find a way to get it. Drinkers always seem to find a way to afford their booze, and smokers always find a way to afford their cigarettes. Shane Perkins mentions Starbucks. That's a great example. A cup of coffee is very expensive at Starbucks, and people will have that daily. What do you think that adds up to in a month? Patrick said his 30-year-old Kenwood stereo system's working perfectly. You connect that to the internet? Gary Tatum said he spent $150 on one of his medications today. Yeah, well, for some people, a computer can be a form of medicine. It can be critical to the quality of their life and their mental health. So if you can find $150 for your medicine, again, if it's a novelty, if it's a toy to you, you can live without it, then don't waste your money. But if it's that important to you, I wouldn't rely on something old and obsolete and try to extend its life. You're just making your life more miserable and more expensive. In the long run, in my experience, you'll spend $300, $500 over the years of owning that computer, convincing yourself you're saving money versus buying a brand new machine for $150 with a new warranty and fully supported. That $150 may seem like more at first, but as you own it and as time goes on and it continues to operate and secured and reliable, it usually pays for itself in a short time. But if you keep that old hardware, you just keep rolling the dice. It's like keeping an old car where you can't afford a new car, but you're putting so much money into repairs and you've got so much anxiety. Is my car going to start today? Maybe it will, maybe it won't. You might come to find that trading that car in, getting rid of it, and getting a newer car, The monthly payment is cheaper than the repairs, and you don't have any stress, and you've got peace of mind. You want to know how I know? I've lived it. I can tell you. In my experience, it is better to sacrifice today so that you can get the benefits tomorrow than to try and to be impatient and to justify getting what you want today, but just getting, keeping some old thing running. You're just delaying the inevitable, and it will likely cause you more stress and cost you more money when you do finally get rid of it. Finally realize you don't have a choice anymore and you have to replace it with something newer. You will kick yourself in the butt and you'll say, why didn't I do this sooner? And you'll never get that time back. That time is gone forever. So quality of your time, we're all here for a very short time on this planet, I think it's worth the sacrifice, in my experience, my real life experience, rather than the instant gratification. Pay the sacrifice and you have a much longer term gratification versus a short term instant gratification, which at the end of the day will end up usually costing you way more money. Not to mention the stress of it. Jim KJ3N said, in his opinion, a lot of people complaining they can't afford a new PC are trying to replace a gaming rig that's over 10 years old. Well, yeah, I mean, if you've got an old Rolls Royce and you want to buy a new Rolls Royce, so you say you can't afford a car, it's a luxury item. So Mark Leibowitz said, I've got a lot of stories of people trying to wring every last penny out of their old computers. They all end pretty much the same way, spending dollars to save pennies. Listen to Carey. Yeah, the expression I'll use is they'll step over a dollar to pick up a dime. It's really bizarre. Romick wants to know the case of the streaming computer. That's called a Phanteks Enthoo, ENTHOO. And the build video for that is here on the channel. I think if you type in Phanteks Enthoo CareyHolzman, it'd probably pull that video up. You guys are talking about camera lenses in the chat room. You want to talk about expensive. You think gaming computers are expensive? Get into photography. Holy cow. Spend a lot of money on that stuff. All right. Well, let's see. What do we have to do here? Move these screws out of the way. We've got to put our water block down. And that means we have to put thermal compound on the CPU. And there is no thermal compound. If there was thermal compound on here, they wouldn't have tape over it. It might have a plastic cover. But obviously the tape, if we peel the tape off, it would pull any thermal compound off with it. So they put this tape on it to keep it free from any contamination, dirt, dust, debris, oils from your skin. So we leave that tape on until we're ready to put it on. And then once we peel the tape off, we want to keep our hands away from that area. The cleaner and more pristine it is, the better the heat transference will, the more effective your thermal compound will work. Again, probably not going to make a massive difference. If we lick it and stick our fingers on it and then stick it on, it's still going to cool the CPU just fine. It might run 2 or 3 degrees Celsius hotter, maybe at the worst, probably not even that. But since there's no benefit to doing that, why not just get the best possible performance out of it by ensuring the surface of the CPU and the surface of the water block here are pristine of any accumulation of oils, dust, any sort of debris. And then again, it really doesn't matter what brand of thermal compound you use. They all pretty much work the same. Usually no more than a 3-degree variance. And if your system matters. In other words, if your system's going to run poorly because of a 3-degree variance, you've got bigger issues at stake. You're probably overclocking or overvolting, and that's the cause of your problem. And the answer is not in thermal compound, not in my opinion, unless you're trying to break a world record and you're using liquid nitrogen and things to keep the CPU cool and have it temporarily hit 6 or 7 gigahertz before it just dies. That's an expensive hobby too. I don't have that kind of money to just flush down the toilet. I'd rather buy a bunch of off-lease computers to give to people in need before wasting my money chasing some temporary frequency record that will be short-lived before it's beat by the next CPU and the next person. Romic wants to know, is the Cosmos 2K a great case for a gaming rig? That's for you to decide. You will decide that. Nobody can tell you that. Okay, so let's take a look. CPU's clean. Cooler's ready to go on. Which direction am I putting this cooler on? This way. Usually the hoses go towards the RAM. I just want to see. This is an option here. It is. Would I be better off rotating it? About this way. That work? Ooh. Well, that's an interesting thought. Could go in that way. What if I rotate it again? Go. Oh, that's gonna look. Just trying to figure out what's going to be the best look. So with the hoses here, that's going to kind of cover the RGB RAM. I don't want the hoses running over the RAM like that. I think this orientation is best because then we have our two cables kind of coming out at the top where it's going to be easier to hide them, to run the cables where the hoses are and where our CPU power connector is. That should be much cleaner cable management. I think that's going to be our orientation right there, with the hoses facing me. So I always do the dry fit first on unfamiliar hardware to make sure that hoses aren't blocking fans or blocking the view, and that it's going to actually sit down in that position. With this socket type, it doesn't really matter which orientation we put the cooler on. As far as performance, effectiveness of the cooler goes, it's effective at any orientation. So then it becomes a matter of, well, which rotation looks the cleanest? What's the most appealing look? And that's just a judgment call. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, I suppose. Got a massive rare earth magnet that came out of a hard drive. So if you have an old mechanical hard drive that's broken, you can pull these rare earth magnets. That's part of the head actuator, and you can use them to magnetize a screwdriver. Just rub the screwdriver on it, and then too heavy, it did not magnetize. You can even leave the magnet attached to it. Those are aluminum screws. That's not going to work. Oh, look at this. Those thumb screws are pretty heavy. But yeah, you can take an old magnet, rub your tools, and magnetize those tools. And if you feel the magnetism getting weak, just recharge it up. You don't have to buy a screwdriver magnetizer. If you've got an old mechanical hard drive laying around, you can dismantle. And it's kind of fun to dismantle them. I'll get my nitrile glove out, not latex, not rubber, nitrile, powder free, non-sterile. We're not using this for medical purposes. And then I'll take the thermal compound that our cooler, liquid cooler came with this Frost, what's it called? Frost X25. And I'm gonna put this down onto the CPU and eyeball how much I need there. It looks like they've given us plenty. Hate it when third-party cooler manufacturers are stingy with thermal compound, or the thermal compound is old and dry and it doesn't have any viscosity. It's just a lump. Don't use that thermal compound. If you're squeezing the tube, or you're taking it out of the little plastic wrap that they sometimes package it in, and it's coming out and it won't spread around, it like stays clumped together, just clean it off and go buy some thermal compound. I use Noctua NH1, not because it's Noctua, but because of the value of it. As I mentioned, almost all thermal compounds work equally. The difference in them only really matters to people that are doing extreme overclocking. So if you're not doing extreme overclocking, doing literally regular overclocking or no overclocking at all, you'll see almost no difference, no marked difference between any brand of thermal compound. And how you apply it doesn't really matter. So this stuff, as I'm spreading it, it's definitely not as fluid as I would like it to be. It's a little bit little dry. It's right on the edge of where I would replace, use something fresher. You never know how long this has been sitting on a shelf before it arrived to me, right? Or you ordered it, how long it sat. So the thermal compound, if it's been sitting a while, can dry out. And if it dries out, it's not going to be easy to spread. This is feeling more like putty. And when it starts feeling like putty, you probably don't want to use it. This is right on the edge, and I'm not real comfortable. The more I'm trying to spread it around, I wish you could kind of see what it's doing here, but it's just like putty, and it shouldn't be. It should be more like finger painting, not molding. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to use some clean fingers on the glove here to pick this stuff up, because it's all sticking to the glove more than it's sticking to the CPU. And I can actually wipe the thermal compound and expose the bare CPU beneath. That's how cleanly the thermal compound is sticking to itself, more so than it's sticking to the CPU. And so for that reason, this is going into the trash can along with this glove, and we're going to clean that CPU off, and we'll use the tube of Noctua compound that I've got here instead. It's cheap. You can get it on Amazon, a tube of it, a big tube of it, by the way, for under $10. Looks like that. And there's multiple applications in that one tube. So should last you quite a while. That is very putty-like. You're likely going to see this more often on cheaper coolers or on older models. This might have been a cooler that came out 3 years ago, and this thermal compound could already be 3 years old and sitting in the tube. It has just dried out. Now, when it dries out on top of the CPU, I'm not too worried about that, because every time the CPU heats up, it's going to make it more viscous. And it's already spread evenly anyway. So it's not like it's going to change its coverage pattern once it's already on. But if I can't get the coverage on to begin with, if it's being difficult to cover, then I don't want to use it. I don't have any confidence in it. So that's just my judgment call, because I will be the one who gets the phone call if there's a problem, and I may be the one who has to work on it if there's a problem. And I don't want there to be a problem. And if I have to work on it, I don't want to have to clean off dry thermal compound. I don't want to have to clean off any thermal compound. I do it right the first time. So just got my 99% isopropyl alcohol here. We'll clean it just like we did yesterday. It happens, but not a big deal. I want to wait for that thermal compound to evaporate. Oh, the rubbing alcohol. I'm waiting for the isopropyl alcohol to evaporate, and then I'll put the thermal compound on. And I'm watching it evaporate right in front of my eyes. It's that quick. Almost gone, almost gone. Done, dry. Okay, one more time. New glove. New thermal compound. This should go on much easier. Oh, I think that's all that's left in that tube. So this was a tube I've used before. All right. Done with that tube. And so, yeah, I use a glove, and what I do is I spread evenly the thermal compound across the entire surface of the CPU. If you're somebody that, drops a dab in the middle and you're expecting it to squeeze out when you press down on the cooler, how do you know that it's squeezing out across the entire surface of the CPU? Now, back in the day, somebody might say, well, it's only the middle of the CPU where the die is, so you don't have to cool anything outside of the middle. But these days, the entire heat spreader has dies under it, chiplets and things across the top and across the bottom and right up against the edges. So you want an even application. I don't want it thick in the middle and then thinning out on the edges. I want an even application of thermal compound across the entire surface. When you push the heat sink down on top of the CPU and it squishes your thermal compound, how do you know you put enough on? You'll know if you put too much on when it creates a mess. I avoid both scenarios. I know I'm not putting on too much that when I put on the heat sink that it's going to spread out and make a mess. I know that I haven't put on too little, that only the middle of the CPU is going to get covered. I have peace of mind that this is put on 100% evenly across the entire surface. This is the only way I know to do that. You'll see I tap on it and I make little peaks out of the thermal compound. And what that does is that gives the heatsink something to squish down on so as to avoid any potential air bubbles in it. But it's not an airtight system. It's not like air couldn't get into it anyway, but it's no big deal to tap on it and make those little peaks. I don't know how much difference that really makes in reality, but it makes me happy to do it. Now I'm going to need the 4 thumb screws. And we're going to need a screwdriver to tighten these. And I think I'm going to use the yellow handle. Yeah, that's going to work nicely. And I'll get my glasses. Where's my glasses? All right, so now I can peel this protective cover off the bottom of our. Just realized I don't have my video up. Peel this off. And that's pristine. So while it's pristine, rotate this with the hoses facing me. Set it down. So I'm going to grab one of these thumb screws here and get it started. Helps if you have 3 hands to do this. And of course, it helps with the motherboard facing down versus, you know, having the tower sitting upright and trying to put it on while it's upright. That might make for a better camera angle, but it certainly makes the installation much more difficult. This thumb screw is going to go right next to where this hose is. I need to move the hose away temporarily here so I can get the driver down there. Just want to get these thumb screws started. Should be able to let that go now. I'll bring this one down a little bit more. One final one. You don't want to tighten any of these individual thumb screws too tightly while you're still putting the others on. So you want to get them all started. Once you've got them all started, then you can go ahead and tighten down any of the 4. Just go ahead and tighten it down until it won't turn anymore. And then go to the opposite corner. It's important that you switch corners to opposite corners so that the bottom of your heatsink is going to be flush and not, you know, if you tighten them in a circle, you're going to end up potentially with a warp. So in much the same way that a car tire gets put on, you start all the lug nuts, and then when you tighten them down in a star pattern, meaning you go opposite corners across all the lug nuts. This absolutely has a direct impact on how well your cooler is going to work. So it's up to you to install it correctly. So we're going to check. Once you tighten down the others, then the ones you previously tightened might loosen up a little bit. So we go back around one more time. It's good. That one's good. That one's good. I think that's going to look way better, I think, because that way we're going to be able to see all the RGB on the RAM. We don't want the hoses covering up the RAM. That's what that's going to look. Did I turn? Yes. This is what I see, right? You can see the contributions. This is the screen that I'm normally looking at. And I must have had that selected, and and I think my belly hit the space bar, which activated it. We'll go back to camera 1. No secrets there. It's just not the screen it's the most beneficial for you guys. That's why I normally, when I don't have my OBS screen up, when I tell you I'm looking at a smaller screen than what you guys see, that might be what I'm looking at. But even the OBS window, is a fraction of the size of the total size of my screen. So I have to go full screen. And when I do that, then I can see the video the way you see it, but I can no longer see the chat room. So anyway, that's our, must be sitting on a cable. Or 2 or 3. Yeah. I really need to push that keyboard further away from me. But the bench is a little shallow and it's a little short lengthwise. So I'm kind of cramped on this bench. It's all right. So if I decide to edit this later, I can actually zoom in on the little screen. It just means the resolution's going to look bad for those couple of minutes it was like that. The joy of being your own producer, director, talent, monitoring the output of video and audio and internet connection and making sure everything's in focus and in frame and on the right screen. Yeah, that's not overwhelming. All right, so then when it comes to all the cabling, we're going to want to, how do I want to do this? I know I looked at this yesterday. This is the ARGB cable for the liquid cooler. And this is the power cable for the liquid cooler. So that power cable is going to plug in to the water pump header that this motherboard has, which I think, what didn't I say the other day that was the second connector out of 3? There's 3 up there. Power fan 1, system fan 1. Think I can plug it into the first header and then just go into the BIOS and say that that's a pump. Or I can plug this directly into the power supply. You always want the pump running at full speed at all times. It's the fans that you want to have speeding up and slowing down according to, if it needs it or not. And we should be able to plug this into the CPU fan header, which if we don't do that, then we may get a warning every time you boot up the PC that no CPU fan is detected, and you'd still would have to go into the BIOS and disable that. So my preference is to try and keep things as default as possible to avoid any customization of the BIOS. But sooner or later, you're going to upgrade the BIOS or have a dead CMOS battery and lose your settings, and then you're going to get a support call from the customer. And because it will have been years since I built it, I won't know how to tell the customer where to look and what setting to change. Again, these are problems home users don't have. When you build your own stuff and you support the stuff yourself, then it's just for you to decide. So I'll make the cable management look prettier, but for right now, that's where that cable's going to run. So off of the water block and onto the CPU fan header there. And then our ARGB cable, we can run that. Yeah, we can run that right through here as well. Can run it right around our power cable for the CPU power right there, then run it out back right there. Now, the only problem I have running it this way is our water cooler is kind of in the way now. But if I extend enough cable through it, hopefully I can find it on the other side and can pull it through. The other alternative would be to run the cable this way. But if I run it this way, the only place I have to go well, there is this cable management hole here. I don't think it's going to look as good. Yeah, I think I can feed this in and figure it out. So it wants to go straight back into the fans. And of course, I could take the cooler, the radiator out, or get my forceps here. I should be able to reach right down into this narrow. There I am hitting the keyboard again. Really do need to move that. Reach down in here, grab this cable and just pull it straight up like that. That way I can now pull any slack and route that cable so that it can't be easily seen. Then run it in front of the fans. Down by the power supply. Feel for it. So the only problem I foresee with that is this wire does cross in front of the fans. So as long as this wire remains taut, it's fine. However, if the wire, if I leave it too much slack and it's too loose, it could trap into the fan and stop the fan from spinning. But boy, does it sure hide that cable. You know, if I go the other route, it's a cleaner route as far as not crossing over any fans, but it's more visual. It doesn't hide the cable as well. It also looks like 2 of these screws on the back of the radiator are not tight. No, I guess they are. An optical illusion. Just checking them all right now. Don't want them too tight. The radiator's made of a very soft metal and it'll strip out super easy. Usually copper. Brass. So now I have the ARGB cable from the water block. And that ARGB cable could plug into, let's see. What's this warning sticker say? Wrong connection may destroy the lighting function. Okay. We're going to put that sticker on every one of these. All right, let me see. The other sticker came right off. This one doesn't want to come off. And then the other ARGB cable is the Lightsaber. So this cable, we're going to route that through here. The rest of the cables, that's nice and clean. And then we'll put it through this cable management hole here. Like that. And then we will route it Yeah, that's about the cleanest way I'm going to be able to do that. And then route this basically along the spacing between the power supply and the radiator. Should straight down, so it'll be with the rest of our cables here. Easier said than done. Many ITX cases can sometimes be a challenge because of the confined space inside of the case. And I could take the power supply out to do this and then put it back in, but I'm trying to work more efficiently. And I think it's just a matter of finessing the cable into this little gap here. It should only have to be done once if you do it right. Got it. There it goes. So if you turn this around, you'll see we've got all of our cabling. It's a lot of cabling. And that's strictly the RGB and fans. That's all that cable's. That's all that's for. So if we take a look at that, this is an RGB header. That's a power header. So the power headers, I'll do those later. Right now, we want all of these connectors all plugged in together. So the way that we do that, these are all females. Females, females, females. This is the, this is the power for the fans here. And this, they give us 2 extras, and we only need 2 extras. So we can go ahead and plug the power on right now for the case fans. Or these are, I'm sorry, these black cables are the case fans, the white cables are the radiator fans. So now this one cable will plug into a fan header on the motherboard. That's this header here will plug into the motherboard, any single fan header. And that single fan header will control all 4 of these fans. If it wants one fan to spin up faster, then all 4 will spin up faster. If it wants it to slow down, then all 4 will slow down. So individually, these fans will not run at separate speeds. This one will. These 2 and these 2 are all hooked together, and their RGB will be synchronized once I hook those cables up. So this power cable now, sure I don't get myself too confused here. This power cable right here needs to be plugged into the motherboard. I just need to make sure that I'm not interweaving any cables, that everything else I have remaining will be the ARGB controls. This is the time to unweave the cables before you go and plug them all in. That looks good. That looks good. That's coming from the Saber SSD. This, we need to find a header on the motherboard to plug this in a place where we can route it. That is discrete. Looks like I can come in here and plug in right over by the RAM. Would be better if I had a fan header on the other side, though, then the cable wouldn't have to run so far. A fan header over there. Let me take a look with my flashlight. Thing's so tiny, it's kind of dark inside the case. Thought there was another fan header on here somewhere. Guess not. Not appear to be any other fan headers. So I guess that makes that choice real easy then, doesn't it? That decision's been made for me. So the fan header that we need to use is right over there, right there, which is the exact opposite of where the cables are running. But there's plenty of cable length there. It's just, I would prefer the run a little shorter than that, but it is what it is, and it'll be fine. So again, these are all our power cables. This is ARGB. Yeah, everything else is RGB cabling. That's why I'm not a fan of RGB. It's just a mess. Again, this is the time to unweave any cables that are woven between each other. Why is this in this group? It's better. All right, so this cable has to run over here. You'll plug that in right where it says system fan. Once it's plugged in, then we can start taking up the slack and kind of looking for a way to route that cable to hide it as much as possible. Then all of the ARGB plugs all have to be plugged in together. So it starts with running an ARGB plug off of the motherboard, and I think this ARGB extension cable is going to be the way to go, because that's going to bring the RGB header from the motherboard to the back here, and then we can connect everything right into this. I think that's going to be the way to do it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this sticker, because they really get in the way of cable management. Andy Kane joins us and says hello. And, oops, get that later. Let's see, this cable will run our ARGB header is right there, and we've got to pay particular attention to which, there's an arrow on the connector. That needs to go, I believe, on pin 1. Let me take a quick look here. Those F4, those F. So the arrow is on the side with 2 pins. And then there's a blank, and then there's a single pin. So the arrow is on the side with 2 pins. That means on this case, the arrow is going to be facing top. So put it on backwards, you can damage your lighting. And again, we think we're going to have to run down through this route here. We have any choice. feed the rest of that cable through. These are just the little caps that go over the pins so they don't bend the pins on these ARGB headers that the splitter is giving us 4 of. So what we can do, if we have 4 of these, once again, it's important that you align the arrows. Got the Lightsaber. And you just align the arrow on the connector with the arrow on the other connector. So the arrows point towards each other. You push them together. Well, that ain't gonna work. That requires a 3-pin, and this is giving us 4-pin. So plug in the cooler fans. There's 1. Again, line up the arrows. There's 2. This is the water block RGB. Line up the arrows. That's 3. Then these, how's that going to work? Case fans, 3-pin only. So 1 case fan RGB can plug into the other case fan's RGB. And with the free connector, the Lightsaber RGB can plug into the other end. Okay, we'll line those arrows. These come apart real easy. They just kind of friction fit. There's no clip to hold them together. And that's where cable management is important, because once we cable manage this, in doing so, it should also prevent any tension on the cables from pulling these apart. And then the last part is trying to get these 2 ends to fit together, which I'm not quite sure how we're going to accomplish that. It's a totally different cable. 4-pin versus 3-pin here. Well, I might have to run 2 separate RGB, running 3-pin RGB and the 4-pin RGB. The motherboard offers us both a 3 and a 4. So I guess that we actually want this cable 4-pin RGB. So maybe if it's going to go on. Cable's a little twisted up. It's right next to a capacitor on the board. So it's a tight fit, but it does fit on there. So we'll keep all the 4-pin RGBs together. We don't want to intersperse them with the 3-pin RGBs because there may be different voltages. And then this one, I'm going to run it over just sloppily over here. Need my light again. That's a challenge. I think. Maybe. Doesn't want to sit all the way down. Wonder why. All right, well, it's about as good as I'm going to be able to get it. And I'm going to reroute this cable. I just want to see that it works. So now we can focus on our front port umbilical cables that we've got running through this little hidden area right here. And we've got USB 3.0. That goes down here. Like this. And we've got our USB 3.1 type C. That's going to plug in. Again, it's important that we weave the cables appropriately so that it makes our cable management so much easier. That one's going to go right there. Like that. This is our HD audio front panel header. Which I think is this connector right behind the graphics card. Oh, that's a tough place if that's where it goes. Let's see. No, I don't think that's our audio. I think our audio is up here, way up there. That. Cable management on this will be fun. And then power switch and power LED. There's no reset switch. There's no hard drive LED apparently with this case. These are going to go that's USB 2. What is that? Ah, right up by our SSD. Very unusual. So power LED positive cable. Power LED negative cable. Yeah, that goes right up against the solid state drive. Holy cow. Switch goes on to the next 2 pins. It's the same order, and it's just that the location of the header instead of being in the lower right part of the motherboard, is towards the back of the board by the I/O. So I know you guys can't see that very well, but as you can tell, I'm struggling to see it myself. So if I can't see it, what's the chances you're going to be able to see it? That should give all our front I/O hooked up, and then finally we have to hook the power supply up. So here, yikes. Oh, this cable is short. Somehow they expect us to get this cable from here to under here. Oh boy. Oh, I take it back. I take that back. The CPU power connectors up there, our main 24 pin is down by the RAM, of course. That's where it always is. So let me flip this down for a second. Ugh. How do we want to do that? That is really right in front of our liquid cooler right there. Either way, it's a bit of a burden. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting challenge. I think maybe I'll start with the back of the power supply first. It's so dark. I could take the power supply out to hook the cables in, but I really don't think I need to. Pretty easy access in there. Just got to be able to see. Okay, so there's our power connector plugged into the power supply, and I got to figure out that cable will even reach. I'm not sure it will. This one, I got a feeling the radiator is going to have to come out to get this run. And if it's going to reach, I think it's going to be very close. May just be long enough. So when you're building a PC like this, it's like working on a piece of art. You know, making a sculpture or drawing a painting is going to take some time. If you need instant gratification, this isn't a project for you. You want something that stands out as being different, something nobody's likely ever going to see something like it again. It's less common because it's more trouble. So depending on how important it is for you to have something unique, the more time you spend on it, typically the more unique it's going to be in many cases. So, or the other way around, the more unique it is, the more time you'll need to spend on it. I need to take a little bit of a break here because with all the other cabling done now, I need to more or less lift the radiator out of the way temporarily just to run the cable through. I don't need to pull it out entirely because with the cables all hooked up, I would have to disconnect all those cables. And of course, because we've got the block already connected, you know, mounted down onto the CPU, we're limited by the hose length anyway. So we really can't take the radiator out. Not entirely, but we can lift it out enough that I can run this fat cable through there. Now, if the fat cable isn't long enough, we can get an extension. I'm hoping that we're going to be okay. It's going to be close though. All houses, the case would have been fine without all the RGB. Well, and the RGB can be turned off. It's nice to have it as an option, I think, where you can turn it on when you're in the mood and turn it off when you're not in the mood. Grab a colder Gatorade. If you have questions for me, I'm going to take a few minutes break here to answer your questions and kind of reset my brain. My eyes, the eye strain on that, because it's so dark and everything's so cramped in together, was a much easier thing for me to do when I was younger. I can tell you that. It's really not that big of a deal. It's not like you have to do this every day. You know what I mean? Like when you build a machine like this, it should be fun. And having all these cables and challenges just adds to the reward at the end of it, you know, that it's that much more when you're done, you know, that much more special. It's like playing a video game that's too easy. It's not fun to play the game. It's got to have some challenge. It can't be so challenging that you just can't make any more forward progress and you don't even want to play the game anymore. But it can't be so easy that there's no challenge to it at all and you don't want to play the game anymore. And of course, once you get it built, it's built. So you shouldn't have to go in there and work on it anytime soon. Any mini ITX case, generally speaking, is going to be tight quarters. So when I work on the Train PC, or I worked on the N-Case M1, or many other different mini ITX cases, they take more time. Generally take more time. And that's not a bad thing. It's like a 2,000 piece puzzle takes more time to put together and assemble than a 500 piece puzzle. Selden wants to know if it would be reasonable to connect the case power LED to the disk activity on the motherboard. After all, the RGB LEDs act as a power on indicator. They may not act as a power on indicator. Sometimes the RGB can stay on when the system's powered off, or at least, you know, the fans wouldn't turn, but some of the system RGB could be on by default when the system's off. There's typically a BIOS setting to change that. You absolutely can choose to plug the power LED into the hard drive LED. It's an LED header, so it doesn't know the difference which RGB or which LED you're plugging in. So whether or not it's a reasonable thing to do is really a personal preference. It certainly won't cause any downside other than it might be confusing if you were to sell this to somebody and they're, you know, my power LED light's blinking off. What's going on with my system? It's not shutting up. If you do it for yourself and you know what you've done, yeah, it's just an LED. So personal choice. Now, the power cable here is going to route right down here. So the question is, can I feed this cable down through the bottom with that big radiator in the way. It looks like I might be able to do it, but by removing the screws and I can pull the radiator away, then I know for a fact I can do it. And since it's just 4 screws, it's super easy. I keep thinking I'm going over here, but this will be for the CPU power. Where we go for the big 24 pin is on the bottom. And I've never had a system I can think of where the power connector went to the bottom. Power connector usually always goes to the side, but because this motherboard is mounted sort of upside down, it's not really upside down. Normally your I/O ports, which are facing up, face left or right. So it's 90 degrees from where I'm accustomed to it being. Normally my power connector goes on the left or right. It doesn't typically go to the top or the bottom. So this has thrown me. But now I can see we have plenty of cable if all we're doing is we're going from the back of the power supply right here to essentially right there, the other side. It's not that far. But if I had to plug it, you know, from down there all the way up to this corner, it'd be a tight fit. And we will have to do that with the CPU power cable. So I might be just getting a little ahead of myself here. As far as this cable goes, let's take a look. Move all these RGB cables and move this radiator out of my way. Should be able to easily manipulate this right past the radiator, through the bottom there. Grab it and pull every bit of slack I've got through, because I'm going to need it to align it with the plug. Once it's plugged in, then I pull the slack back the other way. Don't try to do your cable management while you're cabling. Only think about your cable management in terms of, do I have cables crossing and looping through each other that I will not be able to separate and wire tie, zip tie individually later. So make sure the cables are not crossed over each other in such a way that you can't separate them unless you intend to tie them together. Because then it could make something very easy, like changing a single fan, making you undo a bunch of cable management, to have to undo 2 or 3 fans in order to get the cables untangled or unlooped or unwoven from each other. So it's best to think of that while you're running the cable. But when it comes to the actual cable management, save that to the very end. Don't try and cable manage it while you're working. All right, so now with the motherboard power connector, it's our fan power right there. I got to move them away from the 24-pin power connector on the board. And I got to rotate the cable in such a way that it will, let's see. Got to be twisted. The clip is going to face the bottom edge of the board. And that makes it, so I have to kind of fold it in on itself here, which is not ideal. Got to do what you got to do. I'll lay the case flat. That will be easier for me to push down on that connector to get it to seat. And that does have a clip, and it will click into place once it's fully seated. Probably would be best to have the RAM out during this because the RAM keeps getting in my way. But since I've already done it that way, I'm working a little harder rather than smarter on this one. Didn't anticipate these tight spaces till I got there. I think I've seated it. I didn't hear it click. That side is flush. And that side is flush. Now, if I had kept the stock Intel cooling fan on here, that would be far less cables and things, restrictions, but it also wouldn't look anywhere near as neat. You know, I'd have less RGB cables. I wouldn't have these hoses to contend with. I wouldn't have the radiator to contend with. I wouldn't have the additional fans to power up. But, you know, it's the price we pay for beauty. And finally, this is the last cable, ladies and gentlemen. When I plug this in, we can test fire it. If it works, then all I have to do is cable manage it. Is that all? And then button it up and it'll be done. So I think I'm going to plug in here first. That one clicked in. And I think, can I squeeze by there? Oh, what a bummer. There is a little cable routing hole right here. Tell you what, it is so close. It is so close. The only way I can get in there is I'd have to then unscrew the 4 screws that are holding the motherboard in, because the motherboard's all cabled in and the hoses. I would be able to lift the motherboard up enough to slide the cable in and then put it back down and put the screws back in. And I think that's what I'm going to have to do, because I don't like the way it's going to look if I have to run this cable out over here. You know, I would have to basically do a comb over or I would have to run it completely down here through this cable hole and then hope I still had enough cable to reach the power supply, which that would be maybe just enough. But if I could simply route it right next to it, right down in that hole right there, I'm pretty confident that that would be the shortest and cleanest looking run. What that does mean, if you ever have to swap this power supply out, it would be in your best interest to get the exact same make and model, so you don't have to pull all the cabling. That you could simply unplug the modular cables from the power supply and then replace the power supply, plug the cables back into it, and not have to redo or reroute any cables. One advantage of a modular power supply is if you're going to stick with the same brand power supply in an upgrade or a replacement, you don't have to redo your cabling. And in some cases, the cabling's no big deal. A lot of the NZXT cases I work on, the cabling's very simplified. But on almost all mini ITX cases, if you decide you want to build a mini ITX case, you will be working with a confined space, with a cramped motherboard that's not as upgradable, not as expandable. You're only going to have 2 RAM slots. You're not going to have 4 like you'd have on a mid or regular size ATX motherboard. And some of the connectors are moved into different locations in order to accommodate everything fitting, you know, in that size motherboard. So it's always going to be a bit more of a challenge, but you're always going to have a machine that draws people's eye because of how small it is. They'll be like, holy cow. And especially with this case, you know, when it all lights up and we've got the glass cover on the front, it's going to be a very unique looking computer. It's definitely going to be a conversation piece. And with the performance of that Seagate FireCuda Lightsaber SSD, combined with the RGB of the fans and just the overall look of the case and the 13500 processor, it's not only going to look good, it's going to perform impressive. People are going to be impressed with the performance. People are going to be impressed with the way that it looks. Don't show them how the sausage is made, right? It does require more time and more consideration for cabling when you have very little room to work in, but it's very doable and you should enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, just go buy a computer already built. But the reward, the satisfaction you get from having built it yourself, knowing it's rocket ship fast, knowing you just paid for the cost of parts, you didn't, pay the overhead for some employee and some company with marketing and, all this overhead. So you got a great price on it. You have the satisfaction you built it yourself. What's not to like? It's a good way to spend a weekend. Especially, it's a good way to bond with your kids. If you can, you build a computer with your children. It's a wonderful experience to share with your children. It's a nice bonding experience. Joe Demio with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Joe. And another $2 super chat. Ron wants to know if the main power cable, HDMI, Ethernet, and audio cables are going to be coming straight out of the top. Yes and no. On this case, this is the top of the case, right? And that's our I/O shield right there. But there's a cutout right here. So all the cables are going to come into the back. And then there's a cover that goes over the top. So all your cables are going to come in here, and then they will plug in straight down. But then you're going to cover all this up. And there'll be a rubber grommet on the back plate that goes over this. So it should be a nice, clean look. That is so close. I can't help but wonder, if I take this off, the cable's just not in its own way. Will it fit in now without me having to loosen the board? Wah, wah. Computer says no. What about this bracket? Could I take the bracket off? Would that be enough? It might be. There's a bracket. Not even sure why it's there. There's a bracket right here. Looks like 3 screws hold it in. And well, the bracket isn't covering that hole. That hole appears to be there specifically to route this cable. I don't know how well you could see it with the radiator in the way. But the motherboard is partially covering that hole. But I think I can get it in on an angle if this piece wasn't in the way, and then I wouldn't have to loosen the board. And that looks pretty straightforward to me. Let's see what happens. Oh, that bracket is there to hold the glass on. That's what that's for. Okay. You know what? I was going to say I don't have to take it all the way off. I only needed to loosen it and bend it down like a lever. That's all right. And then I just dropped one of the screws underneath here. There it is. Now, can I feed that through? Oh, yes, I can. Hallelujah. All right. See how I want to do this now. Plug this connector on here. And you can see and run it through this hole, and then run this cable all the way through. We can take up that slack now. Once again, I want to make sure that as I route this cable, that it's not going to collide with any of the fans and prevent them from spinning, because that cable is pretty rigid and we might need to tie it down against the case. It might be necessary, or it might not be. Let's see if we can plug this in. Where does it go? Flashlight. Where does that go? Right there, PCIe/CPU. Only one I have. Oh, there's 3 of them. Okay. Well, I guess I want to put it on the furthest to take up as much slack as possible. I am concerned that the cable could interfere with our cooling fans. If I spin this around before I plug it in, you can see where that's going to go on the back of the power supply. There. So go ahead and push that up. Click. And oh, you know what? They have cable management loops right here. So you can run a zip tie through the loop. Press that cable up against the back of the motherboard tray. It's probably a good idea. I think I'm going to do that. In fact, they even give us the zip ties. How nice is that? Dark in there. What I have to do is kind of pre-bend this so it wants to come out the other side, because they didn't raise it. It's just like a cut in the metal. So getting it in one side is easy, but getting it to pop out the other side, a little bit more of a challenge. Ironically, the cables are, which is the whole point of why we're trying to put this on, so the cables won't get in the way. Maybe I can manually feed it in this way. Come on. Work with me. Come on. Made this a little more user-friendly. A pair of needle nose pliers is what I'm going to need to grab that. So pull it through. needle nose pliers are just a little bit too wide. Some other way I can push that through. Maybe something like that can grab it. Oh. Come on. Come on. Ah, aha. Now I need the needle nose pliers. Don't you? Gotcha. Gotcha. So all I was doing this whole time is simply trying to run that zip tie in through the little wire management loop. But because the loop is flush, it doesn't bow out like a proper bridge. Because it's flush, you have to get the zip tie under it and then bend it back up to come up the other side. That's why it's nice when they raise the metal in the middle up, and then you can slide the zip tie straight underneath of it, rather than having to go under and then up. Okay, so with that wire tie or zip tie run, now I want to make sure that I take all the bit of slack here, that it won't come back out. Run it down through the wire, through the zip tie. I keep wanting to call it a wire tie. Run it down through the zip tie. We want to make that as flush as we can to the back of the motherboard tray while taking up as much slack. And then, might even make sense to run this cable through that same wire management hole right there. Now that I think about it. Now that I've already tightened the zip tie, well, that's all right. I don't even know that that's going to be functional. They don't give us a lot of slack here. Unless the motherboard manufacturer gave us an extension. It's our Lightsaber hilts. was excited for a minute. Looks like it's ARGB on one side and then power on the other. How does that work? Oh, this is probably for something that needs an adapter or converter. It's not an extension. It's a SATA cable. That's a SATA power for the water block. That is all she wrote. We got antennas for the Wi-Fi. It's weird what that's used for. 3-pin ARGB on one side and what looks like a fan header on the other side. That's it, just 3 wires, 2 different connectors at each end of the cable. Strange. No luck with that. Hmm. But I make it work. There's a definite maybe. Boy, does that look ugly, though. I don't like it. Can't help but wonder if nobody's going to see the RGB on these fans. Well, this is not for these fans. This is for those fans. So yeah, they're definitely going to see that for sure. I don't know why that won't fully seat. See how I have one of the connectors right there? That's just so ugly. My wire cutters, and we'll cut the pigtail off the zip tie because that's staying. That ain't going nowhere. Then I just need another zip tie, or at least a wire tie, something to just temporarily hold these cables until I decide on their final routing. Don't want them to interfere with these fans on the radiators, so I'll take these ARGB cables and I'm going to just take a wire tie and twist them together up against the CPU power cable that we already zip tied, because that's already pretty flush, and that should be enough to hold those cables away just so we can verify things are working. I also have to make sure that the wire tie pigtails won't run into the fans. Again, we don't want to trap any cables. Something is preventing this cooler from sitting flush. Well, it's the ARGB cables. They're rammed right up against into the fans. Ain't gonna work. Now, it's much better. Once again, I need to just make sure, double check, triple check that my cables aren't going to get pinched by the radiator when I reinstall it. It does feel like something is keeping us from moving forward. Oh, you know what? I think it's just the tension on the hoses. Okay, that's normal. What I don't want to do is I don't want to push forward on the radiator and have it slam into colliding with any of those cables, which would then prevent the blades of the fans from spinning. Now, I'm going to leave the glass bracket off because I'm not sure I'm going to keep that ARGB cable there. And it's so much easier for me to take it back out or reroute it if I want to. So I'll worry about putting that back in, but later, because right now we have everything hooked up. We should be able to do a test fire on this now. Stuff. Still might want to reconsider these. I guess that's not too bad. So our power supply cable, everything is going to run in through this hole here and then into the back of the board, the back of the motherboard. So let's see if we grab a power cable. Right there. Flip the switch to on. We need an HDMI cable. So like right now, I can obviously just plug it in right like that if I want to. But when it's built, we can go through here, and then there's a back panel that it's going to cover everything. But that's how it's going to wire up. And then our Ethernet cable. There. And the keyboard and mouse dongle I left plugged in from when we prepped the board Friday. Take this around. Make sure none of the cables are interfering with our fans. Everything feels loose, happy. Putting a lot of pressure on these cables here. Okay, if I hit the power button, fans are turning, RGB is lit up here. We get some RGB here, maybe. Yeah, we get RGB on Darth Vader. We do not. I think I knocked my RGB cable loose. How come Darth Vader's not lighting up? Yeah, I don't think you really can see those fans light up, and these fans aren't lighting up either. Why is that? So that's this header here, top one. So this RGB is not lighting up, and this RGB is not lighting up. And those are which ones? Let's see if I unplug this. Okay, that is the 3-pin. Remember, I said it wasn't seating fully. I don't think it was lined up into the pins correctly. These two connectors do not want to sit side by side. No, it's going in there. But it's not happy. What am I missing? Go in there. Let's go in there. Oh, that's weird. The third pin looks like it's been pushed through. Like I put too much force on it. So let me try and fix that real quick. Let's go ahead and just hit the power button. That should shut down. It does. I'll flip the power switch to off on here. I'm going to grab my needle nose pliers. See if I can't slide that pin back up. I've never seen that happen before. Very strange. Almost like it broke it's soldered in, and it's like it broke the solder point. That's a new one for me. Easy enough to heat up a soldering iron and stick that back so it won't move, but I'd have to take the board completely out to do. Let's see what this is. It's pushing that pin out. Interesting. See if that makes it any happier. Nope. Might have no choice but to pull the board out and resolder it if the connection's not being made any longer from that fourth pin. That would explain, because it was working. We did have RGB working here. The other header I didn't use before, that's got the 4 pins on it instead of 3, and that is lighting up. What did I just do? I somehow unplugged it. It is lighting up back there. But in order for these 2 fans and the lightsaber to light up, that header has got to be addressed. And it's an addressable header. Like that. Is this thing booting? I assume it's booting. Oh, it's already booted. Shut it down. I'll hit the power button, and that should cycle it down. And let's see how fast it boots up. I'll wait for the fans to stop spinning. And 3, 2, 1. Fans are firing up. Let's see what our boot time is on this. It's quiet. And we're on. That's it. So, yeah, I think I'm going to have to break out the old soldering iron here. It's that time. Out of curiosity, I just wonder if I go back to camera 1. I wonder if this RGB header is simply in the way. No, they're not touching. See if I unplug this ARGB header. Plug in this one now. Is that any More cooperative. Oh, it is. I guess I wasn't aligning it properly. Wow, these two RGB headers do not want to go together. They don't like each other. Capacitor's in the way. I mean, if I push this in, I'm going to be bending that capacitor on the board, all for some lights. That seems pretty stupid. I wonder if I have another 4-pin RGB header on this board somewhere else. I think there is. I think that's the only one I've got. It's unfortunate. The only other thing I can think to do would be to shave the edges of this connector down to make it thinner. It's almost like the RGB header cable is just too wide. So now we have the lightsaber lit up and the bottom fans lit up, but not the block or the rear fans. Not that the block really adds a whole lot to it, but sure would like it to work. Out of curiosity, will the 4-pin fan header work on the 3-pin? That's question one. Or can I force it? Yeah, those two connectors are not friendly to each other. They're running up against each other. That gets them both on. Now everything's lit up correctly, but it's a very tight fit. Now, as you can imagine, we put the glass panel in front of that, and we've got our lightsaber, we've got our RGB fans. It does seem like, apart from the RGB on the block, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to have RGB on the fans on the radiator, because you really don't see it. Then, of course, we have to clean up this cable, the main motherboard power cable. That needs to be cleaned up. These front port umbilicals need to get cleaned up so that when we put our front glass on it, you won't see so much of the cabling. But that's not too terrible. All right. Everything else at this point is just cleanup, right? It's just cable cleanup. And then the back panel can go on it, the glass can go on it, it's good to go. I should check the BIOS on this and make sure we've got it set to be full power at all times on the CPU fan, because we're running a block. So how do I want to do that? Do I need this key? No, I don't need this keyboard. I need go here. Shut this back off. Turn it back on. Hopefully we'll get some video here in a second. Bear with me. Press delete, get into the BIOS. Keyboard was not turned on. Shut it off again. I'm waiting for the machine to turn off here. It's off. Turn it back on. And now with the keyboard turned on, if I hit delete, it should take me into the BIOS. I can check that front CPU header status. CPU fan warning. Let me go full screen on this. CPU fail, no, easy LED control. See, like for this, oh, never mind. That's just the CPU fan warning. I'm not worried about that. Storage fan, favorites, hardware. Okay, this is temperature monitoring CPU 1. And I want CPU 1 running full speed, not all full speed, just that one full speed. CPU. Pump. Guess I need to plug it into the other header. So the other header is a pump header. Let me see. Is that? I think I should be able to do this while it's on and not risk any damage. Just want to make sure I'm grabbing the right one. That one to here. See if the pump RPM is spinning. There we go. Now it's plugged into the pump header. That's better. It's one header off. Escape. Make sure we've got XMP turned on because our RAM should be at 6,000. Memory. XMP profile 1. How do we select it? Current frequency. Size. It's my option to turn XMP on. I turn on the profile. I am not familiar with that. XMP. My Expo. Showing exit XMP. I see there's a 1 and a 2 for profile 1, profile 2. So if I'm selecting profile 1 and then save and exit, the heck is save and exit? Probably needed to be in advance. It's so red on black, it's hard to see. Looks like you can pick one or the other. Since it says XMP here and not iExpo, I'm going to choose XMP for a reason. And do what? Did I just hit the X maybe? Yep. Change it to enabled, yes. Start, back into the BIOS. It's going to take a minute longer to start because it retrains the memory under the XMP profile. So as it does that, your initial restart's going to take longer. That's normal and to be expected. So we'll patiently wait as it works this out, and hopefully get it sorted here soon. We'll see in a minute here. Give it up to 3 minutes. In the meantime, I can go back over to camera 1 and I can put myself in a corner. We can keep it on. Ah, see how long that took? It's finally working that out. So glad that XMP makes my system faster, huh? All right, now we'll shut her down. Power off. Hit the power button here. As soon as the post screen comes up, we'll go in the BIOS and see what frequency it says the RAM is running at now. It should be at 6,000. It's at 6,000. Very good. That's what I wanted to see. I can shut it back off and turn it back on. Now it should boot faster now that it's trained the memory. Yeah, post screen came up much faster. And there you are, ladies and gentlemen. 3 build videos later, we have a working system. And as you can imagine, you can kind of picture that with the glass on the front of it there and having the lid on it, and it'll have feet underneath of it. Very attractive system once we clean up some of the cabling. But everything's hooked up and installed and working properly. And you definitely want to go through all those steps before you take any time to cable manage anything. I used to build model rockets as a teenager, and I learned not to paint them until after I've test flown them. Because sometimes they blew up on the launch pad, or they didn't fly straight and they ended up blowing up on the launch pad, or they come crashing down and break. So the rocket had to survive a test flight before I would paint it. Otherwise, I was pretty much wasted my time. In much the same way that you wouldn't want to paint a car until all the body work was done, and you wouldn't want to do your cable management until you're ensured that all of your hardware is installed, configured, and working the way you want it to work or expect it to work. And then you do your cleanup and button it back up. It's just that easy. This one over here. All right, so I'm going to go back full screen on camera 1. And if anybody has any questions, that's going to wrap it up for today's video. Looks like 3 videos that are 3.5 hours long. So we get about 14, 15 hours into the build. And there's still a wire tie up here. I will take all wire ties out and replace them with nylon zip ties, including the one that I put in temporarily. Because if I'm going to keep that wire routed that way, I'll zip tie it. Won't leave any wire ties in the completed system. It's fine temporarily, but not when it's done. Those wire ties, they get brittle over the years and they break. And then because they're metal, they can fall behind your motherboard and short out the contacts on the back of the board and literally kill the motherboard all over a 2-cent zip tie, or not even that, a quarter of a penny zip tie. Alan's asking me if I got any Amazon gift cards. It does not appear so. No, I don't see anything from anybody here today. Oh, wait a minute. Guess my email wasn't updating earlier. Gregory Howard sent a $100 PayPal contribution. Well, thank you again, Gregory. Very kind of you. Gary Tatum with a $25 Amazon gift card. Thank you, Gary. Mentioned earlier, Frankie B with a $50 Zelle contribution. Thank you to Frankie B, as always. And there's Alan Lindas with $7.77 in an Amazon gift card. He says, sorry, late again. Sunday video not normally done, but okay. Well, I wanted to get this done so I could do something else tomorrow for the members only video. I didn't want to have a bunch of scattered parts and I would be worried about misplacing things. So if I could just get it done, you know, it's a lot easier to move it around when it's all in the case. So thank you, Alan Lindas and Frankie B and Gary Tatum, and of course, Gregory Howard for your support of the channel. And $10 comes in from Thomas Tidwell. Thank you to Thomas Tidwell. And I think that catches me up. I've never seen my email do that before. It's like it wasn't updating. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, so any other questions? Any questions? Ben says he's not going to build a mini ITX. Yeah, it's not for everybody. Should be something you see as fun. It should not be seen as like a chore. It should be seen as a fun challenge with a rewarding prize at the end of it. Ron Toomey says that's probably going to be a $2,800 system with all the labor. Yeah, I'll just consider the labor whatever the videos make. And as long as I can sell the parts for what I paid for them, including the sales tax, it's probably $1,000 build. And then the shipping's probably around $100, $150, depending on how far it's being shipped. Obviously, I have to ship only within the US, but it is available. And I know Gregory Howard mentioned he was interested in it. So do reach out to me, Gregory, at my email address. And that's the same email address you're using PayPal to send to. And we'll work that out if you're interested in it. Still has a little more work to go, but it'll just be cleanup. Cable management cleanup, zip ties, putting the glass on, the lid on, the back on, and the bottom on. The top and bottom, I think they just magnetically go down. There's no screws or anything for the top or bottom. The back is all one piece, 4 screws, and the front piece of glass is one piece of glass, 2 screws on the left, 2 screws on the right. So we've got 8 screws on the counter. That's all that's left to reassembly. Mostly just taking my time, maybe later tonight or maybe later in the week, depending on how I'm feeling, to clean up essentially this cable management here back. And at the same time, clean up the cable management in the front. We want to hide as much of these cables from the front view as possible, push them to the back. It'd be pretty easily done. Of course, I'll have to put the bracket back on the side of the glass panel to secure back, because the glass panel secures to this bracket, and this bracket secures to the motherboard tray. So if I'm deciding to leave that cable routed that way, because I kind of don't want to move it so it's tight as they are, Then we'll see how it looks when I've got all the other cables done, and I'll make my decision at that point. Ben Laird said I should get a presidential commendation for perseverance. Yeah, that's just part of who I am. I've always been that way. Use the force, Charles Leslie said. Right? Well said. Patrick said it'd be cheaper to get a coffee maker and mount a mini PC to the side of it. He's got a point. Except this doesn't make coffee. Said you're working too hard. Said, nice work, great stream. Yeah, all except when I was in the corner, in the window when I didn't mean to be. But what are you going to do? Will the top cover prevent dust and dirt from filling up the motherboard I/O ports? Does it have a filter on it? I think so. So the front cover and the bottom cover, they have a fine mesh screen that'll capture any dust. So that's the underside. This is the part you'll see on top. See the mesh? So yes, it will keep out anything but the finest bit of dust. So you will always need to dust a computer regardless. Can't be airtight. And you can't restrict it with a filter so fine that it suffocates it because it has a hard time breathing. So you want some kind of a mesh filter to prevent any large items or large particles, but the finer particles will still get through over time. It's really shouldn't be a big deal. You should still dust out a computer regardless, once or twice a year. In the back where the power supply is, the back plate looks like it's wide open. So we don't have any filtering the air to the power supply. If you see where this grommet is, that's where your cables are going to go. The radiator can breathe through here, and the power supply can breathe through here. The radiator is going to be pushing air out through these vents. Power supply will be drawing air in through these vents. So we wouldn't want mesh on this side, but it sure would have been nice if we had mesh here. Maybe there's something in the box for that. Maybe there's like some stick-on mesh you can put on there. It's not really that important. You'd still want to dust it regardless. The problem when you don't dust the computer and you do have the mesh, then the mesh gets clogged with dust and then the system suffocates, in which case you were better off not having the mesh. So you always want to dust out a PC regardless. Positive air pressure, negative air pressure, dusty environment or not, at least once a year, regardless of the design. That's my opinion. That's my rules, what I say. Paul Howe said the case is not for sale in the UK. It's in the USA only. I'm surprised Segotep doesn't sell their cases in the UK. Ron Toomey says, how do you sync the RGB colors in the BIOS? You don't sync them in the BIOS. We will download the software from the motherboard manufacturer, MSI, they'll have RGB software. With the RGB software, we will be able to control the two RGB headers, synchronize them if we want to. Like I might want the lightsaber to be a solid static color, and I might want that color to match on the fans and the water block. So using the MSI or ASUS or Gigabyte or ASRock, whoever the motherboard manufacturer is, if they offer RGB on the board, then they offer a piece of downloadable software on the support area where you go to get your drivers. It'll be under utilities. And then it's usually pretty straightforward when you look at you install the software and you just look at it. You shouldn't need any instructions. It should be pretty straightforward. And you can experiment around with it, play with the colors, and before you know it, you've wasted 3 hours of your day just playing around with the colors. And you feel like 7 minutes went by. It's a massive time suck. But once you get it set up and leave it alone, this might be looking good in all blue. Like I might want, well, this is Darth Vader's lightsaber hilt. So I would want the lightsaber red, turn these fans red, the water block red, and I can even have the RGB on the RAM. So to adjust the RGB on the RAM, that may also be part of the RGB software from the motherboard manufacturer, or sometimes the RAM manufacturer makes software like G-Skill, but that software may or may not work with certain motherboards. So ideally, the motherboard software, take a quick look at it. Let's see. Now you got me thinking about it. Let's go back over to our HDMI input, which apparently the computer is sleeping. There we go. And let me go full screen for me. Screen. There it is. Let me adjust that power saving so it doesn't rainbow on me while I'm something. Power sleep settings. That's not what I want. Edit power plan. That's what I want. Set that 3 hours. There. Now that shouldn't bother us again. Let's bring up Microsoft Edge. And we have an MSI B760i Edge Wi-Fi. We're looking for the MSI website. It's the store. MSI.com. That's the one we want. What's that tab? What's that tab? That's fine. Drivers and downloads. BIOS, no. Driver or utilities. Probably under utility. The MSI Center. This is kind of a location for all the utilities to be joined together. Intel Extreme Tuning, CPU-Z, I guess branded version of CPU-Z for some reason. Data 64. That's it. So I guess the MSI Center. So we'll download that. Oh, that's pretty big. It wouldn't be a driver. It's none of this. So the only thing I see that could be controlling the RGB is under utility, under this MSI Center. ASUS, their RGB software is called Aura, A-U-R-A. In fact, their whole lighting system is called Aura. I think MSI and ASRock and Gigabyte all name their own lighting systems. And See our demos. I like that it's quiet though. And my struggle with this is because of my lack of familiarity with the location of connectors on many ITX motherboards. I don't use them very often, so I'm a little rusty. Just because you saw me struggle with it doesn't mean you would struggle with it. And if I built them more often, I would be making it look a lot easier. But it's not rocket science. It does require some patience. It is a bit more restrictive, quite a bit more restrictive than an ordinary mid-tower or full-size tower case. But it also has a very unique look, unlike anything I've ever seen before. And it's not like you have to constantly get in there and mess around with it. Unless you're one of those people that can't leave things alone, in which case, yeah, this probably wouldn't be a good case for you. But my intention is to take as much time as I need to take to build it. And for the recipient to never have to open it for preferably a couple of years. I say preferably. But I've had customers I ship computers to and they immediately take them apart. And I just wonder, why did I spend so much time piecing it together and making it, you know, meet all of my detailed requirements only to have the customer undo all of my time and labor? But it's their machine, you know, customer can do whatever they want with it. You've seen one that came back to me, the customer didn't have it 4 weeks, 3 weeks, and it was already missing screws. All right, let's open this and extract it. Oh, we don't have to extract it. We can just double click on the executable. What's that? What's that? Wintermute posts a link to this case being sold on eBay, and the seller on eBay says they will ship it to the UK. So there you go. Good find there, Wintermute. Nicely done. Ish. Where is it? Sit down. Gregory Howard with $25 in Super Chat said, here's some good food money. Hey, I think it's pizza time. Thank you, Gregory. Get me a pizza. Let's see. Where did the software go? MSI Center, right there. Free. Oh, it's not going to let me until I scroll down, huh? Drop the elevator to the bottom. Now check the box. Yeah, that would only take me 2 days to read, 2 years to comprehend. Like, yes. How bizarre. What was I downloading that big file for so we could just download some more? Guess while I'm waiting, I'll right click and sort my icons. Oh, and I'll need to buy a Windows 10 activation key from VIP CDK deals now that we have everything working. A Windows 10 activation key is cheaper than a Windows 11 activation key. But as long as we get a Windows 10 Pro for Windows 11 Pro, or a Windows 10 Home for Windows 11 Home, product key, all Windows 10 product keys, Home and Pro, will work to activate Windows 11 Home or Pro, the same version. You don't have to actually install Windows 10. The good news is you could install Windows 10 on a different computer and actually use that one license key for Windows 10 to activate Windows 10 and activate Windows 11, one each. But you won't be able to use that license key anymore. It'll just stay tied to that motherboard forever. Start now. Let's build your own MSI Center. Gamer, creator. Oh boy. Let's skip this. Game highlights, gaming mode. Mystic Light. That is the thing MSI calls their RGB software. Douglas Burchell says, use those Pizza Hut coupons. You know what? I was thinking of Peter Piper Pizza, but you know, Pizza Hut sounds good too. Oh, we have another place here called Barrows from Chicago. My mouth really likes the pizza, but my stomach doesn't. I unsubscribed. Did I unsubscribe from pizza? I think I did. Every time I check my email, I have a Pizza Hut coupon. They won't leave me alone. Okay, sorry, I was checking my phone. All right, let's take a look here. Mystic Light, open. Let me go back to OBS and put camera 1 back on. And I'll move camera 1 into the corner so we can kind of see what effect I'm having on the system as we make these changes. Okay, so the speed of the light, the brightness of the light, we have different profiles. DRAM. So if let's make everything red. Let's do solid color. Oh, marquee. Marquee look like. Yeah, you guys get to see it better than me. Doesn't demo it here. I want solid red. Breathing. Ooh, flashing. That's not taking effect at all. I guess I have to hit apply. Okay, that's just blinking off. Steady. Color cycle. Movie. What does movie do? Let's see. Tell what it's doing. Sliding the edges. Maybe it blinks to the audio or something. Let's do. What does Meteor do? See, I would call that marquee. Breathing is, you know, fading in and fading out. Flashing is blinking on and off. Color cycle, movie. I just don't know what movie does. Color switch, rainbow wave. I would do steady, and I would pick the color red. Maybe like that. and hit apply. Ew, that looks pink. I want bright red. Pink. That color right there. Why? That looks purple. That's red. All right, so 255, 815. 255 on the red, 8 on the green, 15 on the blue. LED, select all. Yep. LED style. Steady. 255. And I just put a number in here. 8, 15. Y. Okay, so we're still missing this one. LED style steady. 5, 8, 15. Ah, now the lightsaber is a solid color. So let's go back to, it's still a little too pink for me, but you can waste hours playing with this nonsense. So let's go back to camera 1 full screen. And you can see the lightsaber is now a solid color. We can cut the lights. Hence the dark side, right? We got Darth Vader's lightsaber over here. And we just match everything to that. It's a little too pink for my liking. I have to find a nice dark red color. And then the red also tones down the RGB, so it's not so in your face. Have to make it darker to get red. 25500, you think? Let's go to HDMI input. That over here. Full screen. 255. Zero. Oh, you're right. That's the color I want. 25500. 0. 0. Lie. 0. 0. Lie. RAM should light up. Match. Let's see how that looks. Oh yeah, now we're cooking. And remember, I still have cable management to do, but this kind of gives you an overview of how you control the RGB lighting in different zones. There's probably a checkbox somewhere that I can tell all the zones to automatically synchronize. And if I come around here and go to the close-up camera, see what this looks like. You know, we could even have these lights moving, maybe red and moving here. Might be something to play with. Again, it's a big time waster just to keep playing with all the options on the colors. Back to camera one. I think that answers that question. Any other questions? Lights, lights. Gary, just make your own pizza. I have to go to the store and get all the ingredients. I got to get fresh stuff. Patrick wants to know, on the Star Wars drive, you just changed the heatsink for the different lightsabers, or you just changed the RGB color? Well, you can do both, but there's the heatsink slides off. You don't have to physically unscrew anything or uninstall. Go back and watch part one where Mitch and I go over that in quite a lot of detail. Yeah, 2H2K, thank you for the 25500. That's exactly the color I wanted. I'm just wondering now, if I go to back to the desktop here. Oops. Screen. Change this RAM to be here. It's like a marquee. Can I control the speed on this one? Oh, I can add it as a favorite color. That's cool. Whoops, I just blanked it out. All right, so that's that way you don't have to type it in manually. I see. So 255. Not that it's that hard, but if there's a 25500 is an easy number to remember. If you're doing some other weird shade, then it may be a bizarre set of numbers that are not easy to remember. Set it as a favorite. Yeah, I don't see the speed offered here. So Meteor's not what I want. Marquee do. Oh, Marquee runs one way and then the other way. Well, that would be cool if it did it faster. Stick light settings. Say, hey, Lucky. Voice command. And we can set up different profiles. So I'm messing on profile 1. That's what I'm messing with right now. And so the RAM has its own LED profile. Let's see if one of these is a little faster. Breathing is probably... Yeah, I don't... Flashing, that was just blinking, right? Blinking. Steady, color cycle. Again, I want to look at movie. What does movie do? Doesn't really seem to be doing anything. That's all. I'll have to read about that one. Color switch. I don't know what color switch is. I guess it switches between two colors. Rainbow wave. That's it. So I'm thinking E. Where was the lighting speed? I saw that somewhere in here. Hardware monitoring, features, stick light, motherboard as a brightness option. I remember there was a speed option in here somewhere. Ambient link to sync up with the color on the screen of the game. Trying to find where it said light speed. It was in here somewhere. Light mode or dark mode. Oh, I guess that disables the LEDs if you don't want them. That's just monitoring. Was speed only offered if I selected the rainbow? Yikes, that's weird. This seems to be affecting all of the LEDs, just this one setting. Kind of getting an idea what it's doing here on the screen. CPU temperature, it'll adjust the color based on the temperature of your CPU. It'll let you know when your CPU is getting hot. That's actually useful. Steady. Puts us back to where we were. And individually, you can change the motherboard, LED style, LED all brightness. Huh. So go back to camera 1. You can see it more or less looks exactly the same, but now the RAM LEDs are moving this way and this way like Knight Rider. I just would like them to go quicker. So I guess Meteor, they just go in one direction over and over to the right. And Marquee, they go to the right, then they go to the left, then they go to the right, then they go to the left. That seems to be the difference. I just want that to go faster, more like Knight Rider. Hours and hours. You can just play with the RGB lighting nonstop and get nothing done all day. I have to unlink them to get speed control. Is that what Gary says? I don't know how you... I didn't intentionally link them. Back full screen. Just they're not linked right now. Well, of course, steady wouldn't have a speed, right? What if we put that on? It says get recreation. What does that do? I guess it identified our case fans now, and it's offering us some different options that these fans support. That's interesting. Recreation must be reacting to something because it's just off. Color King, I don't know what Color King is. Oh, Color Ring. Oh, I guess the ring light around. Oh, okay. Still too slow though. Double Meteor. All right, let's see what that does. Still too slow. Well, we can spend hours playing with this. Hours and hours and hours. So double Meteor on the fans below. So that's what they're doing. So just all kinds of outrageous nonsense that can interfere with your productivity. All right, guys. All the RGB channels linked together in profile 1. Let's do, let's try profile 2. Just because while I'm in here, I'm just curious if that's what's going to bring back the profile 2. LED style and brightness. Yeah, I'm simply not seeing the speed option anymore. I'll have to rewind the video myself and see where I was. It seemed like it came up initially when we started the software. Then it also installed too, so. Features support stick light. I don't see an option to link them. Maybe if I turn this off altogether, is that what I have to do? Then go here and turn this one on. Turn this one on. Nope. I know we saw Lightspeed in there somewhere. Yeah, weird. Very weird. Say visor. It's way too slow. Another rainbow double flashing. Well, that's just annoying. Energy. What does energy do? Oh, that kind of works. Let's do back to camera 1. I know there'll be a way for me to find that speed option again. It was there. I did see it. Oh, but the lightsaber's blinking on and off. I could change that individually to a static. Anyway, yeah, good times. So definitely this kind of build is something I've really got to be in the mood for. Sometimes I'm under a lot of pressure and I have to get a lot of real work done. I don't have the patience for this. But I can certainly see the appeal, how somebody sitting at home with nothing better to do would squander away their time and their money with this lighting. It's fun to play with and control, even though it doesn't really amount to anything when it's all said and done, other than the aesthetic. But to each their own, you know. So thanks again for everybody who's contributed during today's live feed, especially shout out to our friend Frankie B, Gregory Howard. Thanks, you guys. Thank you to Alan Lindas, Gary Tatum. Thank you to Thomas Tidwell. And on the super chats, a shout out to everybody one more time here. Brian in Canada, Joe Demio, Jay Powers, Planet Cryos, Gregory Howard, Rick Lakes, Gregory Howard again, Nice Lord, Colin Hunt, Planet Cryos again, Larry Wood, Ben Laird, Paul O'Brien. Shout out to our good friend and supporter, Peter Laycock, as we call him, Buster, out there in Scotland. Shout out to all my friends in blue, all my members with badges, and all of the community members that have not been turned blue or green, which I hope stick around and become a familiar face and show kindness in the chat room, turn you blue in the future. So that's how that works. That'll wrap it up for me for today. A very long stream today. Maybe someday I'll sit down and edit all 3 pieces together and cut out all the chit chat and just show the work, but it's going to be a big edit job. We'll probably do one more follow-up maybe next week when the whole thing's done and all buttoned up. You don't need to see me cable tying and putting the front panel back on, or the rear panel and the front glass. That's all pretty simple. So when it's all done, you'll get one final video of the system complete. Once that video is made, then it's available to be shipped to a recipient, whoever wants to buy it. And if there's no offers on it, I like it myself, to be honest. I'm not sure I even want to sell it, but I've got so many computers here. What a problem, right? Thanks again, everybody, for your help in the chat room today and for hanging out. And Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Tomorrow is Labor Day here in the USA. It's a federal holiday. Banks are closed and there's no mail delivery. I will be doing my regular members only videos, as I always do every Monday at 1 o'clock. And members, I hope I will see you there. Until next time, oh, thank you to Camera Girl for the thumbnails that are used in this series. Thanks to my sister for the intros and outros that we use to start and end these videos. I'll see you all again very, very soon. And until next time, bye for now.